चार सब्जेक्ट ओपन से करेगा फिर वेलकम टू मेंबर सिचुएशन ट्यूशन ना कन्वर्ट करेगा पता नहीं 24 में कितना चेंज कर रहा है सर हमारे वेलकम टू होगा 17 and third year is not coming 17 एस्टिमेट करेगा में और स्किल डेवलपमेंट कुछ करेगा इंफॉल से फिजिकली इधर में आएगा इंफॉल से यदि थोड़ा जब तो उधर में इनोवेट करेगा फिजिकली virtually पूरा सब्जेक्ट करेगा एक्सेप्ट जितना क्या हमारा वो से ऐसा सिस्टम है कि ये बात वो से पेटे पे जो हम वर्चुअल से इनोवेट कर देगा ये काम तो मारी है ना है बिल्डिंग पे विजुअल में है ना एक तो यहाँ से वर्चुअल इधर से करेगा हाँ इधर तुम्हारा यहाँ हाँ अच्छा एसपीआई का भी जाएगा वहाँ इसमें पे जगह स्किल एपीआई की जाएगा काम बढ़ गया coming year में जगह पे सीखना पड़ा तो फिर आप टाइम this time when you planning to know time इसमें because he is running in the morning so he's coming from by road from so by when you just wrapping up company and you start this time that's not what that is and he just prepares every door our department is preparing a proper function all the speakers same speakers yes something here also yes sir करना पड़ेगा आपको मैं तो बच्चे इनोवेशन तो एक साइड पर बोल दूंगा somebody has to be there also ये तो होगा so why don't we do the virtual innovation from one side in the sense depending on the itinerary whether it's something that is first or SDPI first you can merge these two have a function there launch SDPI launch magic innovate virtually innovate magic having 2 years you avoid cleaning up your campus, you know, next time to speak short or coming beyond my department also coming. We have already started the work, sir. हमारा तो काम चालू हो गया. Since yesterday we have started cleaning, research. We can prepare the state government. This year I give my 1 million. Number 8, this year and then a total of okay. 10 pesos. We are capturing
Hello, hello.
Yes, Armory.
Oh, you can hear me now?
Yes, yes, I can hear.
How about this?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay, take it. Thank you.
ये लाइट का नहीं है, वो ऑलरेडी ब्लाइंड लॉक सब बंद किया है, फिर भी ब्राइट है। कैमरा थोड़ा ये वाला है। साउंड का थोड़ा कम है ना?
Hello. Yes, sir. Oh, you can hear me now?
Yes, yes, I can hear.
Mute करो, बोलो ना, he's not speaking now. Yeah. Audible now. Can you hear us? Murray, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello. All of that. This people they go so this is also the smart system public vice president because this they are not supporting now we are shifted to the Zoom and other do opposite Murray, can you please start?
Okay, we have sent the link for everyone to join. And
Yeah. Yeah.
Introductory demand.
Start now. See and let them join one to one. Where's all the training? Oh,
Shall we start, sir?
yeah.
Okay. A warm welcome to all the teams, and we have our special judge that all the way from Delhi. We have Sir A.S.A. Krishnan, Senior Director, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. Sir, thank you so much for coming here and then being part of this program. We have Sir Younger Longcomer, who is also a very efficient person and a key person there in IT and Communication, Government of Nagaland. He is working as a program officer. And we have Sir Lanual Pang, who is the director of NLIT, and then after that, he is the key person of running this whole thing successfully. Now it's been 1 month complete after commencement of this particular program, that is Innovation Triggers, Think Big, Visualize and Realize. Now we have gone through different stages of competition, and today we have 5 teams who will be presenting us their projects, and then after that, out of these 5, we will be choosing the best. So due to network issues, we couldn't start on time. So it's we apologize for that. And then after that, now without wasting much time, we would like to start the competition. Now, the order of presentation that we will be having today will be as mentioned in the WhatsApp group that we have sent to you. That is, first of all, health and history application. They will be presenting, followed by IMTA Clear and Parky, Book Q, and at the end, we have the Auli Panzer. So, you all will be given time to present your presentations. And key thing that we want you to do is you have to compile and then execute the program, and then you have to show those demonstrations and all that. You have to show with the distinguished our respected jury members and all those who are seated over here. And then after that, you will be asked those questions and all. So without wasting much time, I would like to give time to Lucy, who will be moderating the whole event. Now I request rest of the teams to leave this room for now, and then request health and history application to get ready for the presentation. Yimta Clear, Parky, Bukyu, and Auli Panzer, you may leave this meeting for now. Then after that, as and when Miss Lucy asks you to join, then you are requested to come and then join them. Okay, health history, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may kindly give your introductions, and then after that you may start your presentation. You may start your time now.
Good morning, sir. We are Team NIST. My name is Betso Koza, and my teammates are Machito Vero, Visako Angami, and Tessino Stephen Mack. I'm currently pursuing my BTech in Electronics and Communication Engineering from Kazirangarh University, Johor SM, and all my teammates are also pursuing their BTech in Computer Science Engineering from Kazirangarh University itself. We are all in final year. Here are some few questions that I would like to ask. Do you find it hard to keep track of all your medical records? Are all your reports in paper? Do you happen to visit doctors in different locations due to unavoidable situations? The answer is probably or definitely yes. Here are some of the issues that I would like to highlight. There are too many paper reports to keep track of, and so with time we eventually lost our reports. Due to this reason, we have to take the same test again before going with other operations. There are no old reports to derive insights from, so during emergency, time is wasted as doctor have to perform the test again. This could have been avoided if the doctors have a record of all previous reports. To solve the issue, this health history app or system. Now, what is Health History app? It is a single platform to store all your reports. Not only will it store your reports, but also automatically update your reports when you visit a clinic or doctor. The users can also easily access their records anytime using the Health History application. And SOS service is also added in our application so that during emergency cases, hospitals can request to access the user's data to analyze his or her past health-related issues and proceed with further operations. About how the Health History application or system works, I would like to hand it over to Visakotio Angami.
So here's a simple view of our application, which the hospital website can be used to directly store their database to our server, or either they can use the history application. So further detail, I would like to explain with a flow chart. So here we have users and the hospitals. They have the ability to create their own account, or if the user does not have the knowledge to create their own account, then the hospital can, from their side, can create an account for the patients which have come to hospitals. So the user account, all the therapists there will be saved in the user health records, where their medical record, their names, and all the physicians they have under which they have gone treatment will be saved in this database. So for additional, we have added SOS or emergency access request. We have added this because during an during an accident, if the person is unconscious and we don't know who the person is, then we can either use their IT card or the visual recognition to scan it, and the hospital can send request an emergency access request to access the database directly. So with further delay, I would like to hand over to Testino Mark for showing a demo of our health application.
First of all, good afternoon to all the judges. Before we proceed, let me just show you the working of our prototype. Can you please confirm if my screen is visible, the health history app? Mashito, anyone?
It's not visible.
It's not visible.
You are still presenting the PowerPoint. Can you please?
Hello, it's visible now.
Yeah, now it's visible. Yes. Yeah, now you can see your visible now.
Okay, sir. Sir, so what our health history application, or say our health history system is we have two ends to this application or to this system. First is the user end, and then there is the hospital end. For the user end, we have this mobile application. Through this application, the user is able to log into their accounts. The accounts where they will be storing all their health reports. So if there is, if the user doesn't have an account, he can go ahead and create an account. The user needs to provide a full name, an email address, a phone number, and a password. Let me just show an example here. John Matthew, john@gmail.com. Any 10-digit phone number, and a 6-digit password. Now, once the user is registered, here, since the user is new, there is no previous record. Now, let me show you the database portion. Currently, we are using Firebase as our database. Here, if we refresh it, we will see that John's email ID and his user account has been created. Now, this is the user end of the health history system. Now for the for the hospital side, we have this website here. What this website, our health history application will basically be a feature which will be embedded in the actual website of the hospital. So here in this page, we can see the username and the phone number. In case the hospital wants to access or wants to update the reports of the patient, he needs to provide a username and a phone number. Once that is done, he can search for the patient. When the patient is found, the hospital has two options, either to update the records or to send an SOS request. Let me quickly show you what update will do. If we go to the update page, the hospital can post a report name, the date of the report, and then post a file in the user's database to store it in his account and click on submit. This is for the update portion. Now for the SOS request, when do we use an SOS request? First, let me explain that. In the case of a road accident, say the victim, he is unconscious and taken to a hospital. So the doctor, he does not know the patient, so he can either, if there is an ID card in his wallet, or if the doctor has his name, so he can search for the patient using his phone number and his name. And then when the account is found, he can request for an SOS service. So here, what the hospital needs to do is the doctor or the staff there, he needs to provide a name that is in charge of the emergency in that hospital. He needs to provide a name, the phone number of the doctor or the medical staff that is in charge, and the designation, whether he is a nurse, a doctor, or a medical staff there, and then request for an SOS service. Once this SOS request has been initiated, our system will provide after going through some authentication, will provide the records of the victim, the road accident victim, and all his past health issues will be given to the doctor, will be displayed to the doctor, or say access will be given to the doctor. So the doctor can access his past health issues, and then through this information, he can better understand his health issues and then proceed with his further operations. So this is basically the prototype of our health history application. Moving forward, excuse me. Before we wanted to put some more intel into our presentation, so we have undergone some survey in Dimapur, in some hospitals, and what we have found through this survey is that the doctors, they really need the information of the patients if they want to perform better medically, or do operations or whatever the procedure it may be. If they have the reports, be it it may be a paper report or at the reports through the health history application. So when we presented with this idea, they were like very keen and very interested that if the medical report or medical health history application can store all these reports and let the doctors have this access, then it will be very helpful for them. Also, for the second point, consult proper doctors. This means that, like in the case of an accident, if the patient is unconscious and the doctor has very little, the emergency doctor there has very little knowledge of the victim, then he does not have prior information or prior health-related issues, knowledge of the health issues the victim has. So he cannot quickly proceed with his operation. Instead, he has to consult if he has to do more tests and understand the patient's body, and he has to consult even more doctors. So what we have understood from this survey is that the emergency doctor, he has to consult, he has to first try to contact the particular doctor the patient has gone to previously. And if he is not able to have connections with the doctor, he will have to consult a doctor who is specialized in that particular field. So what this consulting proper doctor is also a big issue. And then the victim's identity. If the victim, the road accident victim, is brought to the hospital and is not identified, like we have come to know that in hospitals there is a separate department who takes complete in charge of finding the relations for the patient. Like they post pictures into social media so that people can see it and then try to come in contact with the relations of the victim. So what this health history application can do is it can easily, through this application, will have the victim's identity. So it is easily accessed and they can be easily identified. So why health history application or this system is required? First of all, our main targets are the hospitals and the health institutions. There is no such system available in the market. So why should hospitals use our product? There are these points that is, it boosts the efficiency of the hospitals. We mean by boosting efficiency, we mean time saving, efficient use of manpower, and higher recovery chance of the patient. Let me quickly explain a little bit about time saving. If the patient has all the reports of his past health related issues, then he does not further need to do the same test again. So repetition of tests are avoided. Also, patient's identity can be quickly found through the health history application. So in these two fields, time is saved very much. In the second point, efficient use of manpower, consulting doctors, that is to find the exact doctor or to find a specialty in that doctor is very important. So it becomes very efficient if we use the health history application to find that particular doctor that the patient has previously consulted. So it also saves time and efficient use of manpower is also another. Then higher recovery chance of the patient. So if the doctor saves time, is equipped with information about the patient's past history, health history, then the doctor is able to perform better with his procedure. So it automatically increases the recovery rate of the patient, which in turn increases the reputation of the hospital. We know that good hospitals have good doctors and good doctors perform or provide good healthcare. But what this health history application could do is it provides information to the doctor about the patient. So he is better equipped and he becomes a better doctor. So better doctors will provide better healthcare, and in turn, the hospital will be a better hospital. Let me just tell you this. Share with you our encounter with our medical staff at referral hospital. When we were doing our survey at that hospital, we got the opportunity to explain our idea to the head of department in the emergency sector. So when we explained to him our idea, he was really keen and interested with our product, that he even suggested to speak with the higher ups of the hospital. So we just wanted to share this point with the judges here. Now moving forward, we would like to present to you our business model with our health history application. Mashito, if you can please take this.
Okay, so thank you, sir. And so before we proceed to the business model, let me just highlight that there are 80 hospitals in Nagaland presently, 80 plus hospitals in Nagaland, of which 60 plus hospitals are public and 20 plus hospitals are private. So in our business model, we'll be assuming that all 80 hospitals will be using our product. So next page. In this business model, what we'll be doing is that for the first 6 months, we'll give them a trial period of to use our product. So in these 6 months, what will actually happen is that our expenses will be database. There is 22,000. And then instances are 16,000 rupees, and then upgrade machine or tools is 1.20 lakhs and miscellaneous 40. So the total investment required to launch this product will be around 2 lakhs. So in the first trial period of 6 months, we'll be targeting 2 lakhs customer. So after the trial period has ended, expected users are around 2 lakhs user. So after the trial period is completed, we will charge the hospital per the subscription basis, and we after 6 months 10,000 rupees. That is per month it will come around rupees 1,666 rupees. So our expenses in database will be around 22,000 rupees, and returns from overall will be around 8 lakhs from active hospitals in 6 months. So the profit will be around 7 lakhs approximately. So moving on, once we cross 10 lakhs users, our database expenses will increase. So we will have to increase our subscription to 30,000 for 6 months subscription. So there will come around rupees 5,000 per month. So expenses per 6 months equal to 1.30 lakhs. So the overall return will be around 24 lakhs from 80 hospitals in 6 months, and the profit will be around 20 lakh rupees. So let me just explain you this business model with the help of a table. So what we are planning is that we are planning to make this product. We are planning to launch this product in the market by the end of before the end of this year to 2021 December. So from 2021 to 2022 for the first 6 months, our targeted hospitals is 80, and the users, our targeted users is 2 lakhs. For the first 6 months subscription, it will be on trial. So our gross revenue will be 0, and our expenses will be around 2 lakh rupees. For the year 2022, the second phase, other 6 months, our targeted hospitals is 80, and our targeted users is 2 lakhs. Subscription for 6 months is 10,000. So our gross revenue will be around 8 lakhs, and our expenses is around 1 lakhs. So our company revenue will be around 7 lakhs. For the year 2023, first 6 months, hospitals, targeted hospitals is still 80, and then targeted users is 10 lakhs. So subscription per 6 months for this is 30,000 if the users reaches 10 lakhs. So our gross revenue will be around 24 lakhs, and expenses will be around 3 lakhs. So our company revenue will be around 21 lakhs. For the year 2023, second around 21 lakhs. For the year, our targeted hospitals is 120 rupees. 120 hospitals. From this, the 40 hospitals will be from our neighboring states like Assam or Manipur or Meghalaya, etc. So the targeted users will be around 15 lakhs, and our subscription for 6 months will stay the same for the 80 users, and for the new 40 hospitals, we'll give them a trial of 6 months, from which our gross revenue will be 24 lakhs, and our expenses will be 6 lakhs, and the company revenue will be around 18 lakhs. And moving on to the business model for the year 2024, our targeted hospital will be around 200. So using the from there, our targeted users is around 30 lakhs, and the subscription per 6 months is 30,000. And for the 80 new users, we'll give them a trial period of 6 months, and our gross revenue will be around 36 lakhs. And so the expenses is around 10 lakhs, and the company revenue is 26 lakhs. So as per the business model, we can see that once we launch the product, the revenue of the company is really good. And so let me just highlight to you about what will be the future of this health history application. So in terms of future, once we have when it comes to health history application, the more the data, the more valuable it is. So once we have enough data, methods can be implemented to predict health issues of the users using artificial intelligence and machine learning. So this will be implemented after 2 to 3 years of launching the product into the market. So biometric or visual recognition technology can be implemented to identify patients. So this will be done within 1 year of launching the product after the trial version has been trial subscription basis has been completed. So huge application on the field of disaster management during outbreaks of diseases. So using the data that has been recorded, and during such as if there is a disease outbreak in a particular area, when the hospital updates the record of a particular patient, we can be able to predict that whether that area is affected less, and that area has been affected more. So something like this we can be able to use to predict and better handle and tackle the situation of the disaster. And the next point is blood or organ availability in hospital in real time. So we'll be providing this, as it is currently even an issue in Nagaland here itself. So we'll be providing the availability of blood or organs in our application in real time to the users. And doctor or hospital recommendation. So what we mean by this is that using the data, we can predict that whether a particular hospital or a doctor, if he performs performs a particular operation, or if it treats a particular patient, and if their chances of recovery and chances of survival rate are high, then we can recommend that doctor and that particular hospital also. And then in terms of business growth, we are thinking to branch into neighboring states like Assam, Meghalaya, and Manipur, and eventually across the country in the coming years. So thank you. This is all for our health history application. And if there is any questions from the judges, we would like to answer them.
Can I ask some questions? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, sir.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can I ask some questions?
Oh, sure, sir.
Okay, number one is somewhere in your slide, I saw in the business model, you are talking about the rupees, so and so for this one. In one line, I saw $292. Why did the dollar come?
Sir, that is the.
Why did you put dollar there?
Sir, that is for the. For the database. If we use the database, they charge us the dollars in dollars. So
somewhere in one of these, 1 minute. Why don't they go? This one. What is this? $6 months, $292 per month. This raises a lot of questions in my mind.
Yes, sir. Sir, this $292 per month is for our database expenses. So if we use the database in, in cloud storage and all, they charge us in dollars. So we have just mentioned that in dollars.
Sir, actually the database we are using right now is Firebase. So like it is currently free for 40,000 users. But then once it crosses 40,000 users, it costs us $12 for like 10,000 users. So once we reach this 10 lakh users, the Firebase, it will charge us $292 per month. So we just wanted to put this information here.
Okay, now you tell me one thing. That means since you are going to use the cloud database, okay, which is hosted in the cloud. I hope I am right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
In that case, each hospital will be having the medical records of each patient. A copy of that will be maintained there in the cloud for the patient.
Sir, I'm not able, I could not hear the last part of the question.
So it's saying, since your database is in the cloud, every patient's medical history will also be stored in the cloud. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, sir.
Apart the patient's medical copy will be maintained in the hospital also.
Sir, for the medical history of the patients will be stored in the cloud, but on the basis of the, for a particular cloud in Asia Pacific region, or for example, if we take AWS Asia Pacific region or US region or Virginia or so on, there are certain policies. So the policies which I mean, like if we use the same Asia Pacific region in which the data of the I mean like the data of the patients are secure, we will implement that one. Or else in region which the data are not secure and all, we won't opt for that particular cloud service.
All right. So you mean to say that the medical records of a patient is stored only in the cloud, and there is no physical copy, no hard copy available in any other in the
No,
hospital
sir.
or with the patient?
No,
Or
sir.
is it the workplace?
Sir, because if we use physical machines and all, we will, it means like to store lakhs and lakhs of data into our system. We will need, it's like opening a data center, so it will cost huge amount of money and resources. So it's better to use cloud. But as I have said, as per the, I mean, like which cloud is more secure and all, and even for the data recovery and all, we can use storages like RAID 5 or RAID 10 and all.
Do you, okay, one question. Do you know what is FHIR? Have you heard of something called FHIR? It's a fast healthcare information resource. It's a standard, it's an open standard by the World W3C Corporation, and all medical apps, application systems should conform to this standard. So have you budgeted anything about conformation to this standard in your costing?
Sir, currently we have not led that far because this our startup idea is quite new, so we're still researching about it, and then by the end of this year we will do whatever is required for it to launch the product into the market.
Can you tell me which hospitals you visited in Dimapur?
Yes, sir. Sir, we visited 3 hospitals in Dimapur. That one is HK Hospital in Smu, and the other one is referral hospital in Fort Mile, and then the other one is Dimapur Civil Hospital. So till now we have only visited 3 hospitals.
So you are saying that there are total of I saw in your slide. You said there are total of 80 plus hospitals in Nagaland, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how many of those hospitals have a working HMIS system or a website or a portal? Because
Yes,
as far as I know, hospitals don't have that. Many hospitals don't
yes,
have
sir.
that.
Yes, sir. That is one of the challenges we are facing right now. But what we are suggesting is that for those hospitals who don't have their own proper websites and all, we can create a platform, or that we can create a particular website for them so that they can access through that website.
So
For those hospitals who don't have their own website.
So that cost is extra, or is it coming into your business model that you're saying 10,000 per month or per year charges? So is that included for, say I have a hospital and I don't have a website or any application, so you build it for me, I use your system, I pay you 1,000 something per month after 6 months. Is that your business model? Or do I have to pay extra for those applications and websites?
No, sir. No, sir. The users won't have to pay any extra for that. If we are to create their own way, if they want us to create a website for them, then that is other case. But if we are for us providing a common website for all of them, we won't charge them anything, and it won't affect in our business plan also, because it does not cost us that much also. And in our business expenses, we have added some miscellaneous items, so we can adjust them into that category.
Okay. Okay, you are saying that there will be 1 lakh active users daily your system can handle. Okay, Now, what is
Yeah.
the confidence on which you are saying that 1 lakh users will use it? In that case, have you estimated the what should I say, the data transmission rate, how much data will be downloaded, uploaded, what is the bandwidth required? And,
Yes, sir.
and also whether what sort of data, for example, if some doctor tells
Yes.
me to do an X-ray or an MRI, have you estimated for a MRI or X-ray how much data gets transmitted? Because the size will be more there.
Yes, sir.
And also with respect to the user confidence, how do I know that my data is safe and secure?
Okay, sir. Visa, you will take that or shall I take it?
I can take. So, sir, actually, we'll be using the cloud to store the database. So, in cloud, they have all the security to safeguard our the details and data of the patient. So, we'll be relying that's mostly the security part on the cloud, because mostly all the cloud are more secure. For,
Who will provide that security? You will provide, or the cloud service provider will provide?
so the cloud service site they will also provide, and will be trying to provide from our site additional security.
Okay, you tell me what sort of security will be provided. Tell me. Do you know what is involved in securing the data?
Sir,
Huh?
our product, like, it's still in its very initial stage. So about security and all, we have not really like gone through that far. But then for the initial stages, we are relying on the cloud security. But later on, we will try to do more research and then
I
provide.
tell you, if you do not know what sort of security is involved there at the cloud service provider end, then
Okay, sir.
how
Sir.
to take care with respect to the mobile app? Because the data will be secure while transmission also. So how will you decode it? I'm not using the name, what sort of security is used, because I want to know from you.
No. Yes, sir. Sir, about the first question from you, that about the data transmission and all for storing that, for example, like X-ray machine and all, and the bandwidth required for that. So we'll be using, for example, like if the user increases, then we will upgrade our instances from around. I mean, like we need 4 to 5 virtual machines and all to handle for the flow of the bandwidth. So we will be upgrading our instances according to the as per the users. I mean, like the more the users, the more our instances will upgrade. And for as per the database, we are thinking of using the AWS Asia Pacific region. So for that, we are thinking of using the elastic block storage for that particular. And then in that, data security will be means like our main priority. But for them, so that once if even if the data is all, we recover that data.
Okay, so one question, I saw you using Android Studio. So have you built it in Kotlin, your app, or is it in a different in Java or something like that?
Sir, you mean the language?
Yes, yes. What language do you use?
Sir, currently we're using XML and Java.
Sorry, I couldn't get your last answer. Can you please repeat?
Oh, XML and Java.
And Java, okay. So are you targeting only the Android market, or are you planning for iOS also?
Sir, we'll be targeting for both.
So
For Android or iOS.
for both platforms. Okay. Have you tested it in some hospital? This application, whatever you have developed.
No, so we haven't
Real-time
tested.
data, patient data.
No, no, so tested.
You have not tested it.
No, sir.
What is the size of your app?
Sir, could you please? So could you please repeat the last question?
What is the size of your mobile app? In MB or MB? Yeah.
Sir, it is, we have not added all the features yet. So it is like around 2 MB only. So it is very small for now, but we just wanted to show the prototype. So we have just made that. Otherwise, it's not fully complete. It's just a prototype.
Have you thought of implementing any feature for user consent?
Sir, for what concept?
User consent.
Yes, of course, we will be doing that. But not right now. We have not done any of that things right now.
And I see you mentioning that you might use biometric or facial recognition.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
So how would you comply with the privacy policy of the government of India regarding the use of biometrics? Even Aadhaar had a big problem. The case went to Supreme Court. So
Yes.
when you're using biometric and facial recognition, what are your features that you're trying to implement to conform or comply with the guidelines?
Sir, we have not thought about, like, we have just presented you with the idea of our future features that we could add. So we have not really done research on the guidelines or the privacy thing, but we wanted to show you that our future is that much.
Have you posted anything on YouTube or social media regarding your app? And how many people might have watched your video or something like that, and how many people seem to be interested in your app? Can you have some figures for that?
So we have not done that ourselves, but then Nilit Poima, they have done it for us. So we got around 800 views and then about 250 likes.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Good. So that means you have a working app now, which you can show now from the mobile with some hospital linked up.
Sir, I could not understand. You can please repeat.
You have the app ready.
No, sir. It is still in the prototype part.
Still in the prototype.
Yes, sir.
Can you show it, let us say after 2 days or so, a working model?
After 2 days, sir.
After 2 days?
After 2 days, we can try, but maybe we would require at least a week to complete to show it in a mobile phone.
Okay, that means, and since you have idea to use biometrics also, that means the user should have a smartphone with biometric features enabled.
No, sir. For the biometric, it is not for the users. It is for the hospitals. The hospitals can identify if the patient is unconscious. The hospital can use the biometrics to identify the patient, and then through this SOS service that we mentioned, have access to this to their records.
Where are the user credentials like password and thing, username, etc. are stored in the cloud?
Yeah, so currently we have shown to you like it is stored in the cloud only.
The cloud only.
Yes, sir.
That means user consent is very much required.
Okay, sir.
If I don't want my data to be stored in the cloud, do you think the application will run or not?
Sir, I could not understand. I'm so sorry, but
If let us say that I am a patient
okay, sir.
and I want to use your app.
Okay, sir.
Okay,
Okay.
then if I don't, as a patient, I don't want my data to be stored in the cloud.
Okay, sir.
Will your app work or not?
No, if the user's data is not stored, then the health history application, it won't work for the particular patient because there won't be any data to show to the hospital or to the doctor.
Okay. Tanu, any question from your side? Excuse me? Audible? Hi, can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Now, your health history application, what makes your app different from the other existing app?
Sir, we have come across one application that is similar, but then in that application, we have seen that the users, they update the records themselves. So we can, I don't know if we should say it's similar, but then our application, we don't do that. It is unique. The hospitals, they update it for the patients automatically. And then the most important feature, that is the SOS service, we think that it's very unique.
Here we are also looking for your innovative ideas, other than the existing, because I've seen some of the app which are already existing in the market, right? So just so where you have to stand out from the other app application in terms of visibility, in terms of ease of access, in terms of security. Have you doing any like assessment from the existing app, or have you done?
Sir, we have not really compared our application with the other applications out there in the market, just with the few ones that we came across. And about security or about privacy guidelines, so we have not done that research because it is still an idea. It is still a prototype which we wanted to present. And according to the feedback we get from this hackathon challenge, we want to know how our ideas can proceed further.
In future, are you like like you want to start? Like, do you have any vision to come up with your own business models? Startup, something that is there, or just for the competition only possibility?
Sir, could you please repeat? I could not understand.
No, any plan to have your startup company kind of thing in future?
Yes, sir. Sir, like during the last round, while we presented this idea, the ma'am who was the judge there, she was pleased with our idea, and then she even suggested that we should go ahead with this plan. So most of me and my teammates, we have taken this seriously and want to really see through till we launch this product.
You guys are all final year, right?
Yes, sir. 7 semesters.
7 semester, okay. We still have one more semester to go.
Yes, sir.
All right, all right. Thank you. tip for all of you. Government of India is coming out with the National Digital Health Mission, where information is to be shared between hospitals, patients, pharmacies, everything through APIs and secure standards. So that's something that you can, if you're very interested in looking for setting up a company after you graduate and pass out, then that's a good place to start as a startup.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
All right. Thanks, Kat.
Thank you, sir. Excuse me, sir, ma'am. Should we leave the meeting or should we wait?
Yes, can you please wait for a while? I'll let you know, okay?
Okay, sure, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, the team may leave now.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
They are only login here.
login here, बस कुछ भी नहीं है। देखो एक database है, वो है वहाँ उसके बाद बाकी सब
Lucy.
Yes, sir.
I will be informing you afterwards when this one.
No, tell them that half an hour paper, मतलब around 2 o'clock.
Then I think we need to inform in the WhatsApp group.
Last time.
Okay, Lucy, we will start it from this one 2 p.m. again. We will have lunch break now.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Lucy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The audio is much clearer than the earlier one. It's almost same.
Yes, now it's so much clear. Earlier we couldn't hear anything. The questions, it wasn't clear.
ठीक है तो
मेरा वो वाला ट्राई करो क्या एप्पल वाला भरा स्क्रीन
वो सब सेटअप ये जूम वो सब
जूम किया ऑलरेडी हम जूम कितने किया मेरा एप्पल से ये तो कनेक्ट करना है क्या सेटअप करना है तुम्हें जूम ही तो है ही
चले ये चलेगा क्या
होगा
हाँ
now what I am going to tell is this one in the view we can go for the speaker and if you want to if we pin it then whoever pin it will come over there and pin remove pin वो कर सकता है so if you want to see it big वही बोला जो presenter उन लोग का skill sharing mode में तो I think screen will come irrespective of his first pin ठीक है ये तो
आधा घंटे के बाद बाकी लोगों को भी बोल दिया ना इट विल रिज्यूम आफ्टर 2 o'clock
चलिए अभी लंच
ठीक है I will inform in the WhatsApp group
इसका तो कुछ है नहीं तो रेट्रो लॉगिन किया फिर एक डेटाबेस दिखा है बस कुछ भी नहीं है ना डेटा है ना कुछ है इसलिए तो सब वजह पर तो कुछ भी नहीं है ऐसा नहीं रखना चाहिए
मेरा नाम तो लिखा नहीं है
Oren 시 주말에 다 들어
Alam thamda na
ꯑꯗꯨꯗꯤ ꯉꯁꯥꯏ ꯕꯦꯛꯒ꯭ꯔꯥꯎꯟꯗꯣ ꯊꯝꯃꯣ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯂꯦꯞ ꯎꯠꯂꯒꯅꯣ
Ay background no
ꯉꯁꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯕꯦꯛꯒ꯭ꯔꯥꯎꯟ ꯋꯥꯏꯠ ꯇꯧꯔꯒ ꯅꯤꯂꯦꯠ ꯑꯦꯟ ꯊꯥꯗꯣ
Ay no
ꯉꯁꯥꯏ ꯕꯦꯛꯒ꯭ꯔꯥꯎꯟꯗꯣ ꯍꯥꯞꯆꯜꯂꯣ
lunch करेगा
ꯉꯁꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯕꯦꯛꯒ꯭ꯔꯥꯎꯟꯗꯣ ꯍꯥꯞꯆꯜꯂꯣ
हाँ
ꯉꯁꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯕꯦꯛꯒ꯭ꯔꯥꯎꯟꯗꯣ ꯍꯥꯞꯆꯜꯂꯣꯕ
Ay no ay no background hapto isigo
ꯅꯪꯒꯤ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯗꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯅꯤ ꯉꯁꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯋꯥꯏꯠ ꯇꯧꯔꯒ ꯂꯩꯕꯗꯣ ꯈꯪꯗ꯭ꯔꯣ ꯀꯦꯃꯦꯔꯥ ꯆꯠꯂꯣ ꯅꯪꯒꯤ
virtual background do adu ni rike hapchula mo adu mai hapa thamo yare nang hogol o yare adu
Kay no sam sorry si kay gino.
yare lei jara suni yare nang na ai mo tu phamjal le
Sidi sina parba.
yare me ampare bit rate se ke no to hai man ke ro bit rate san de nang sa biram ro
Ay saksa ro to.
ai za ko ni
Sa tanang ko lang mo si.
dos life se no se de
Life su thom tam.
na sa si ke su yo si ga de la se ni sa ni si de yo life lo de de so ki da so su le de de na ta
Ito lo zero.
ah si na po so ba
Poso ya ta su. Ito ta ni ma. Asal muntar jesu. Tanang kamu tak bawa sih. Kau tahu lah. Tanang tu. Hello. हाँ. हाँ. मेरा किसका? Yes. Fazan tarabo.
Nang ado yung nang hindi presentay.
Is nale. Nice, good song.
Oh, sir,
Ah,
I'll ask them to get ready then.
yes. Let them
Okay.
get ready.
Okay, sir.
Si mute thamura.
Mute thamo. Aduga hairamo wangam daida kano to na hairamo.
Okay, the unmute. Okay, stop video. For checking.
Yes.
Arindu.
Yes, sir.
So when are we starting?
Yeah, as soon as the panel members are ready.
The big man is here. लानो बैठ जाओ यार थोड़ी देर.
Orindro, start karo.
Okay, Lucy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you may call them to join.
Yes, sir. I've asked them to join already.
Now it's more clear, huh?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, then I'll be asking them. I'll be admitting them now.
Yep.
Lucy is where?
This room.
Okay, so next we have Inda Clear. So you may now take your time, Inda Clear.
Good afternoon, respected panel of judges. A warm greetings to all of you from Clear team. My name is Imdi Kokpa, and our team member names are Sintirinpa, Rongsan Nungla, and Chupatula. Before we start with our presentation, we would like to apologize since our two members, Chupatula and Rongsan Nungla, that cannot attend today's presentation due to some unavoidable circumstances. So now to start with our presentation.
Not starting. Something technical issue. Hello.
Sir, yes, it seems they have some technical issues, so they're asking to wait for a minute.
Okay.
Okay, bola.
Technical issue.
Yes, technical issues.
Why don't you send the next one, because we are little this one we have some other engagement. In the meantime, next start bola whatever you ask them to present.
Okay. Okay, sure.
Then inform the team this one to wait for the next call and ask the next team to join.
Okay, sir.
Is it one is absent today? Four party also are joining or not? Serial number 4. Okay.
Book you. Sir, Parky is here, so should I let them start?
Sir, Parky.
Surendra. Suren.
Sir,
Come over once, na?
ako siya lupa ino kantos. Oh, iko.
Orindro, can you please mute your mic?
Team Parky. Team Parky.
Parky is already, they are present here, physically here, they are presenting now.
Okay. Sir, I think they're on mute, no?
Yeah, they are physically present here, presenting now in the room.
Oh, okay, okay, sir.
Yeah.
On to marketing. Moving on with the presentation, marketing. Moving on with marketing. So let's one. Okay, moving on with okay. Okay, so moving on with marketing. Let's have a look at our goals. So our goal is to solve the current parking problems which we face in our state. And like the problems are the parking problems which I've discussed earlier. Our goal is to like solve that problem, that current problem we face today. And not only that, with smart city just around the corner, there are several structures coming up, like multi-level parking structures, and that is where our app Parky will shine. So Parky will help the users to, like the users will be aware whether a particular floor has a parking space or not. So without just blindly going and searching for the parking spaces and wasting time, they can just log into the app and look for an empty spot, an empty parking space. And after getting an empty parking space, they can just go and park their cars with minimum effort. That is our goal. And next, let's have a look at the market size. Okay, so looking at the current scenario, the market size is very huge. It's very huge. At the present, human resources are being used to collect parking fees from specific places, but that is not regulated and it is uncontrolled. Like, let's take an example. Say, for example, car A parks for 5 minutes and car B parks for around 1 hour, 5 hours, or whatever. The charge is the same. The cars are not regulated. Like, it is not time bound. They can park for whatever limit they want just by paying an equal amount, and that is a problem. So Parky, what will it do is that it will reduce
the time wise you are saying that is where markets are in. What is the justification relation between that?
Pardon, sir.
You said time wise, I don't know how much time I will park.
Yeah,
5 minutes,
yes.
10 minutes, or 1 hour, 5 hours. How does it relate to the market size? You said market size. How is it determined from that time? I hope you are able to understand my question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Justify your answer.
So like in the current market, like the people while they park, they don't like pay the amount, pay the parking fee like 20 rupees for 1 hour or 50 rupees for 3 hours like that. They just pay 20 rupees. And that is not equal. And some people, they don't get chances to park the cars. Some people, they park for the whole day, and that is not controlled. And like,
Yeah, I understand that. So how do you, from that, what is your market size? What is your market size?
okay,
Market size means the number of, see, we are talking about business model.
Yes, sir.
Potential of your application.
You are talking about the number of hours that
Yes,
is
yes,
okay,
yes,
but how is it related that parking fee with this market size? That is what sir is asking, correct, sir? Market size means in terms of numbers, right? We are talking about sizes. So how do we analyze that? How big is the market size in our state of what criteria, what basis you are, on what basis you are analyzing this market size? What size?
So, sir, for the market size, we are targeting the vehicle market. So, vehicle market is huge here and all over the world. So, vehicle, when we say vehicle market, then there are lots of numbers of vehicles in Nagaland also. So in order to avoid the congestion and all, we are trying to solve this. The one bringing into the market this project.
like people use cars on a daily basis. So we think that the market size is very huge because every day people use cars or vehicles for their work, for work related issues, or even for daily needs. So we think the market size is very huge and it has potential.
So how many cars are there in Nagaland, in Kohima, for example? They are estimated.
In 2017 record in Nagaland, I mean in the whole Nagaland, they have registered around 4 lakh something 4 lakh something vehicles in 2017, and it's still increasing now. So that's
the one.
Then next people, I think they will have to do some lot of work on this to find out the market.
Next, validation interviews. Firstly, we didn't publicly validate our idea with the public, but we only got positive responses from our friends and families. Even our video, which was posted on YouTube, like people approached us and like they gave positive feedbacks about our idea, and they were in favor of this app, Parky. We didn't like publicly validate it yet, but we got positive feedbacks from those whom we have shared our idea with. Moving on to the marketing problems. So the first question is the market problem urgent? So as I discussed earlier, the current system is unregulated and uncontrolled, and there are many flaws when there's human intervention. But as soon as possible, it will be very good if this is tackled, and this can be solved with the help of Parky. The current market problem can be solved with Parky. And the next question is the market problem pervasive? Yes, this is also true. This is also a yes, because not only in our state, Kohima, but the current problem, the problem we're facing today is everywhere. It is pervasive and it should be handled at the earliest. And the next question is, will the end users pay to have this problem solved? For this question, we are not 100% certain yet. For this question to be answered, we first have to, Parky will first have to be implemented in order to get responses and feedbacks from the end users about this method, and how the users will adapt with the parking methods which will be implemented through this app. So for this question to be answered, we first have to implement Parky. And according to our team, we think that people will be willing to pay to have this problem solved. Now let's have a look at our business model. So we'll be using pay-per-use model. So in order for an end user to use Parky, the user will first have to download the application and register their account and log in to Parky. And after that, look for empty parking slots and book that slot with payment. And after the payment has been done, the user or the driver can park in that spot for whatever time duration he has paid for. And for
you are not taking the input where he is going and where is he going to park, which place he is going.
Yes, for the input, like the information.
That input is missing in this.
Yes. The information will be stored inside the database. And like from the app, it will be accessed.
Yeah, please, you have to take the place name where he is going.
So we haven't yet. Yeah.
Demonstration, I don't want to show this one.
Yeah. We're going to show after the presentation. Okay. Okay, now I give time to Along.
More interested in the program.
Yeah.
Let's see about the cost estimation. So we are doing it for hardware also. So hardware, this project is based on, as it is said earlier, it is based on hardware and software model. So in order to implement that, we have to purchase the hardware models. So just assumption, this is just an assumption. So we have purchased the hardware components for one particular parking space, which contains 20 slots of parking spots. So in 20 parking slots, if one user come and park their car for 1 hour, then we can charge 50 rupees for 1 hour, just assuming that one. So for 20 slots, we can multiply that 50 rupees. So it comes around 1,000. So if it is just for 1 hour for the 20 parking slots, that 1,000. So when we again multiply again that 1,000 with the hours, that means in a day, just let's assume that the parking space is open for 12 hours. So we can multiply that 1,000 into 12. So it comes around, in a day, it comes around 12,000. So after the 12,000, again, we can multiply it by months. So in 1 month, we can just assume the 30 days. So we can multiply that, and we are getting around 3,60,000. So hardware components after purchasing for the 20 slots, we are just assuming around 30,000 expenditure. So that's for the hardware components and all for purchasing. So if we subtract the expenditures and all, we are roughly getting around 3 lakhs. So that's our cost estimation and the revenue of the.
This is for one-time investment, hardware.
Yeah. And we can. Yeah.
First time you put, that's all. Then after that, after the break even is reached, that cost can be removed.
No. We can just.
Next, do you understand what I am saying?
Can you repeat?
I put let us say 30,000 rupees to put a parking meter there. I think that's what you are talking about. Parking meter.
Sir, the 30,000 is not for one. Yeah. Yeah, we're using sensors and.
You are putting in a hardware also there in the parking place.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's a kind of counter kind of thing which
Yeah.
will tell you what time you came,
Yeah.
what time you left.
Yeah.
This is your parking charge. It will calculate and tell you.
Yeah.
It will be your app.
Yes, sir.
I hope I'm right, what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that hardware what you are putting in the parking place, only once you will put.
Yes. Yeah, only once. Yes.
Only once.
Yes.
So that cost you will recover after some time.
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
More people use it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
So after that, that cost is taken out.
Yes, sir.
So what is the cost of one parking hardware?
Okay. So we're coming around
30,000 you say.
yeah, 30,000 for 20 slots. For 20
is for one parking place.
yeah, for the area.
For that parking area of one car.
No, sir, no, sir. It's not like that.
What is the total number of cars in one park?
20. Just
Right at the entrance you will put one parking place.
No.
It's one area, but there are multiple on average 20 cars, which is 30,000 per space.
That's what I want. The parking, one parking slot.
That's a one. If it is a 20 divided by.
Yeah.
That will come using it.
That means that is an entrance to the parking area.
I don't know what is the strategic methodology that we are using it, whether it is we are going to put in the entrance or how.
No,
basically it is a sensor kind of thing only.
Sir, can we show the demo, sir? Sir, the thing is that just say the high school area. Let's say there is a parking space, right? So if we that space will contain 20 slots.
Like how many? But it's not very organized in our.
Yeah.
In our place. Other normally one we have a proper parking space where the capacity is already fixed. Like okay, it is a capacity of but we are hoping to identify like because even in high school if you see we have a two area.
Yeah.
One is the corporate area, all one is called the Vishal side. Right?
Yes, sir.
So that becomes a two parking separate area. Yes, so because one that particular device may not be covered the entire high school area. I don't think so.
Yes, sir.
Right.
So we are implementing. Just say this is a parking area. Just say this is a area. So we are assigning slots, each slots to the parking area. So we are putting each the hardware component in each and every slots.
Every slot.
Yeah, every slots. Yeah.
Exactly. That means that we are putting 20 cars are parked. Okay, if 20 cars are parked and let us say high school ground.
Yeah.
20 hardware is required.
Yeah, each and every slot. Yeah.
20 hardware is required.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So per car, one hardware.
Yeah. Per one slot, one hardware. Yeah.
Per slot, one hardware.
Yeah.
What is the cost of that hardware per car?
It's
per one slot.
It's 150
per one car. Just say.
Oh, okay.
How much is that?
Yeah, it's around 150 to 200 rupees.
Around
150 to 200.
That's for one. The sensor. Okay.
hardware.
Yeah, the sensor.
Only the sensor.
Yeah, only the sensor, and we're using that Wi-Fi model also. So we are going to connect that Wi-Fi model to the Firebase, and through that Firebase only we're going to access through the app. The information will be passed. Whatever information that sensor is receiving, the sensor will pass the information to the Firebase cloud, and after that, the cloud will send the message to the Android app, which we have designed. So we can check whether the slot is empty or occupied. We can show the demonstration.
This is the first one after that. Oh yeah, we had lunch. Lunch break was there then.
Sir, can we connect this to Zoom or?
Okay.
Sure.
You have your electricity running.
No, no, sir. It's not running here. We have just the app. We have everything.
How are you going to?
Yeah, we'll just show.
You have connected to Zoom, right?
I'll connect now through this device. This 1 minute. And we can just show here also now. Login. So real-time database. So we can sign up if we are new user. We can go to sign up. Sign up. They will send the verification email and we have to do the verification.
Where is the background? Where is the
Background.
backend? Where are you storing?
Sir, Firebase.
It's cloud.
Is it connected? Database is located where? In cloud.
No, database. The same database which I go for it.
So we'll show here.
Yeah.
The screenshot. It is a kind of machine. Also, literally. So, oh, yeah, it's in.
You'll have to link your phone.
Oh, sorry.
register here. So they will be using this app in order to check whether the parking spot. Yeah. Yeah. Till now, this is just we will be implementing that through booking method. Yeah.
Now, what is that hardware there in the parking slot?
Yeah.
What it will convey to your mobile app?
It will send.
What is the communication? And what does it communicate?
It will send the sensor data, whether
Sensor data.
Yeah.
I mean, what kind of data
What
is the
kind-
sensor
what data?
sending?
infrared sensor. Yeah.
So it just senses whether it is
If there is an object.
object or not.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yes.
So with that, you will not be able to calculate. Will you be able to calculate the time?
Everything will be done with mobile app. I think so.
Later on, we can implement in good quality sensors and all. Just now, it's just for our demo.
Supposing if let us say that I'm not parking the car,
Okay.
but somebody has put some heavy object, then it will show you as occupied.
Yeah.
Occupied. Then your application will go for a 6.
Yes. I was about to come to the same point where you said it just.
And when it senses only that object is there or not. Okay, now you tell me technically how do you sense an object? How do you sense? What is the principle?
Yeah, we can measure the distance. So whether if the object is small, and we can just say we know the vehicle is huge, and by the distance we can know that there is a vehicle. This by the distance only. By the distance and the height only we can.
So if the same size of the car, some big box of carbon, for example, a bigger, nowadays a very big car, right? As big as the car. All right?
Yeah.
So, we have a big, I'll show you some. So yeah, so in that case, you are saying the size that you identify is car or vehicle. So, something like, what do we differentiate between a white carbon box and the car? If it is of same size.
Actually, like since the parking slots will be allocated, we think that like people will not keep those heavy objects or those in the parking spaces. It will be reserved for only vehicles.
So we have to think very eventually, right?
Yeah.
Like, if some object is there, so what we should, in that case, I think a park is available, it's not, suppose some mischievous person people something, so many things, and in that case, we go occupied.
Your sensor will also
See, in fact, it's not even a big object like what is that is required. Supposing this is the sensor. Okay, in the hardware, what you are putting. I just go and put wherever the sensor is pointing, I put my hand here. It will show.
Is it so or no?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes.
If I do something, if I put something, since you can use the sensor, close and something like that.
Then what is it that? Okay, then now one question is that. Second is that how does your sensor talk with the mobile? Technically, you answer.
Pardon, sir.
Wi-Fi.
What protocol is using for
Wi-Fi or whether it is Bluetooth or what is it?
It's Wi-Fi.
It's Wi-Fi.
Yes.
Okay, then what is the protocol as he said?
All the IR sensors will just update the database. We'll just update the database with 10, the values, and the Android app will receive that value.
So
And the value is sent in string format.
How frequently does your Android app call for such changes?
Sorry, it's just milliseconds. Yeah. It's real time. Real time milliseconds.
Won't your Android app consume a lot of battery of the user? Because it's constantly calling, right?
Yeah.
And second thing is, sir is asking for the protocol in which the information is sent from your cloud database to the app. So,
And supposing the parking place, let us say, there is no signal coming. Do you think Wi-Fi will operate, mobile data will operate or not? In that case, if it doesn't operate, there is no mobile signal, then how will it sense? How will it communicate?
So for that, though, if there is no network, then
Yeah.
Then it will not work, right?
Yeah, it will not.
It will not work.
yeah,
So that means you have to make sure that that parking place
Yeah.
has got network.
Yeah.
Network.
Which is very difficult in our state, basically. Anyway, it's a idea is, I mean, the idea is good.
we are just what to say. This phase, we are implementing the.
Hey, that's why I asked you right in the beginning. Apart from, let us say, Wi-Fi, is there any other method through which you can communicate with the mobile between the sensor and the mobile phone without the SIM card?
Obviously, sir. Right now we are just using the Wi-Fi model, and it's an internet access one. So we are using the real-time database. So every time there is internet access, the database will be updated because it's a real time. So if the database is updated every time, we'll get the output in the Android app also. So till now we didn't think of that another method of connecting these sensors. But in future reference,
Is there any method possible? Available?
We are just brainstorming here. There's no right or wrong answer, but what do you think?
What do you think? If Wi-Fi is not there, it will not work.
What are your options? What do you look for next?
Actually, for that, we haven't researched properly yet. We have just researched about this Wi-Fi model for now.
Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, yeah. Used.
Yeah, Bluetooth is also possible, but
No, is there any problem in Bluetooth?
because
the range.
Bluetooth, there is a connectivity range, and it doesn't have an internet access Bluetooth.
Yeah.
So,
Connectivity issues due to
so
range.
we're just connecting this. We're accessing the Firebase. So this will be the data storage place, the main information storage place, which the sensor and the Android app user will interface. No? So the parking space and the end user will interface. So it's just it's in the Firebase only. So without internet, I think we can't access the Firebase.
You're using cloud-based database for yes. Using cloud-based database for direct access. I mean, sharing information, right? So setting the status.
Yes, yes.
So does that mean that you are anything like, say, if I'm a driver and I can book my parking spot in advance? Can I do that?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We are gonna implement that.
Yeah, we're gonna implement that.
Suppose, let's say I'm in, say, Secretary, okay, and I see outside there's a parking spot, right? So I book it from there. But when I'm on the way here, sir comes in and he parks in there.
They are not doing that. Only when you come to the parking slot, okay, then only this parking slot, a parking area when you come. Then only it looks for the
So
parking
that
slot.
in that scenario, they don't need to count disciplines as such. They can just have a Bluetooth transmitter there in the parking area, wherever the proximity sensor. So wherever the car drives, this gets the app.
Sir, regarding
For example, like I said, there's one parking spot that's levels like 2 plants.
Now, due for some reason, there is a lot of traffic there. So how do you estimate that you are counting the moment I register, I put that you are counting my cost, whatever the cost that you are going to charge? Or is it as soon as I enter only my counting that start?
Yeah,
So what is, how do you implement it?
after the parking only, after you park your car only, will be charging the fees, because we're just using this Wi-Fi model because in future also we'll be implementing more into this app. Like
you are expecting small, I think you have to cost. Place like in Vietnam. Because just for reaching my place from here, it will take more than an hour. Hey, so I book in advance. So if you have to start charging only from the moment I reach, say for example, you're losing 2 hours. By the time some vehicle might have already parked which are nearby.
But it's already booked means you cannot book by any other person.
So, sir, for that question, we have also discussed about that because there will be an issue with our project. So we'll just what to say if HR he registered from the he is coming to high school area, so he saw a parking spot empty, but he is in Brazil Point, but the parking spot between the high school area and the Brazil Point is the gap is long. So we'll give a time frame that if he doesn't come in that, we just assign that 1 minute. So if he doesn't reach the parking space in 1 minute, the parking space will be again empty. So other users can access that parking space.
Okay, if you are going to implement this model, do you think your hardware in the parking slot, whatever you put, do you think it will work? It will show as occupied the moment you book it.
Yes, sir.
So that means just saying whether object is there or not, then it will not work.
You have to capture other parameters also. And your
Because somebody else comes in between and then sees that okay, that place is empty. If I go, then your parking hardware, as far as it is concerned, doesn't matter. So how will you solve this problem?
like sir is saying, you might need some manpower deployed on the parking site to ensure that if it is booked in advance, then that person reserves that slot.
Then in that case, you don't require this hardware at each and every parking slot. That just one is enough for the entry.
Entry, yes.
Yours is thinking everything is automated, but I think it will not work also because if you see the time or if you see the cost effectiveness, I think it may not be so because what says is correct, right? And moreover, all the driver they have to have this particular thing, the app, right? So it should be through some of the user department who are on the scope, for example, they have to, I mean, like, okay, this product is good enough, then I can use for this particular thing. The idea, we're not talking about idea is good.
Idea is very good.
But in terms of marketability or whatever things,
Yeah, sir. It's only a month that we come up with this idea and it's still progressing. So in the next few months or in the next 6 months or 7 months or a year, where you develop it more better and you will solve each and every problem that this model will be facing. So within this time frame, we could come up with this only this. So if we further implement and if we keep on developing for some extent of time frame, so I think we can fix all those issues.
See, in my experience, what I've noticed is that developing an app or envisaging a project like yours, it is difficult, but it is comparatively much easier than marketing the product in the last stages. No, so if I am a vehicle owner now, if you want to market it to me, okay, what are the things that you don't know me? Let's say we have not met also. So how would you market your app? Like at least let's say just Kohima for that matter, or maybe you just say high school junction, the taxi parking is there, right? So just if you think about marketing that app in that area itself, how would you go about it? Have you put those expenses into your revenue business model? Have you considered the fact that you have so many associations, all Nagaland Taxi Association, you have the transport office, you have the municipality also running there. So, for all of these things, you need clearances and all that from each and every organization. So all these things, have you budgeted in your estimate? Like you're saying 200 rupees per sensor, that's fine. And I don't recollect how much is it per part. If I book a slot, how much does it cost me? So with all those things in mind, is your business model ready to invest
in marketing also, because marketing will become very important once you're, like you said, you've streamlined your app, you have made all the changes and you have overcome all the other potential problems. But now marketing is your biggest mountain you have to cross.
Are you using any some GPS kind of thing in your app to track that which location? So how do we know that? Suppose I'm effect also, like even if I'm in high school, I may say that suppose I want to park in high school, for example, right? Now I'm booking from, for example, somewhere from Zebza. I mean, location that I can put now. I'm about to reach. Maybe I can put nearby Rio or Tuka. Location that I can just type on it. So how do we authenticate that whether exactly, like he's actually putting the correct information? And so if you can think over that way also, so that you can real time like, okay, fine, whatever his location is. I mean, like he's from the nearby high school, so fine. But you're saying that you will only wait for time. For example, after 2 minutes, you said 1 minute or 2 minutes. How many after how many time his parking is becoming valid? After how many minutes? Just 1 minute.
He's just saying 1 minute, but that time can be extended. But still, then, but you're just checking one parameter.
Just one parameter. Yeah.
But so you're saying you have to check that plus GPS data. Now, especially with Android, I know that Google and Apple both, they have become very strict with the privacy issues. Okay, so they are not going to easily allow apps that track location, that track sensitive information from a user's device. So that's where the question comes again. Now, what kind of protocol are you using to send that information between your devices? And you have, that is not us to justify to you. You will have to justify to Google. Otherwise, they will never publish your app in the Play Store. So those issues are there. But apart from that, your idea is very good.
So while registration, after registration, you're asking only the email ID and your passport. That's it.
Password.
Any other information?
Then ask for phone numbers.
General question. What's the point in asking for a phone number when you're not going to authenticate it with an SMS that is sent, an OTP or something?
Yes.
Because, for example, see, let's say, for example, I'm a mischievous guy. Okay, so government of form, I will just fill up my phone number 12345678990. Okay, and I'll send any bullshit to the government. Now, if I can send anything there, but if you're not authenticating my mobile number, okay, then there's no point in asking for a mobile number in the first place, right?
Yes, sir. Actually, we can authenticate even the phone numbers from privacy itself. We can insert email and password verification and even phone number verification.
So that will lead to extra cost, right? Right. So
have you don't have to enter the mobile number at all.
It's almost similar like an Uber what we are doing here. Of course.
Okay.
One time registration only. Once I registered, I don't have to enter my email ID password anytime.
Yes.
Right. So because every time I cannot log in and it's very inconvenient.
Right.
Right. There is an app is there.
Single sign-on.
Single sign-on. Right.
No, but their issue is I think that they are not coming out most probably. Because if you do single sign-on, the app has to be running 24 hours.
Correct.
That is the problem.
But they can probably fetch the MAC address and of the device, right? And register, increase the session time to infinite on that MAC.
That's true.
That can be done.
That can be done.
But
that can be done.
The problem is that, I mean, that's one way of improving single sign-on. But the problem is that like every time somebody has to type in his email and password to access the app.
It's very convenient.
And imagining like I'm driving on the way and I can't, while driving, I can't just type my email. So there has to be, you have to think of a mechanism.
But disable also, not like some app, I can disable also.
The moment you enable that, again they will say that sign on.
Yes.
That is the problem. Because it will start from the beginning. That is the problem.
Something otherwise driving, I have to put email ID, password.
They will have to find out a mechanism where you make the app to go on the sleep.
Something like that, yes.
They will have to do it.
Your efficiency, everything has to take into consideration.
Yes. And the second thing that I think probably I'll ask you a very simple question. Okay, depending on yes or no, you understood the problem, whatever your answer. Do you think it will work only in Kohima or Nagaland or any other state?
It can work.
Huh?
It can like work if we implement it in other states or areas as well. Just have to identify this.
Do you think it is required in the current model? In the current model, whatever you are implementing now, whatever you explained, somehow I feel it is placed independent.
This can be like near.
This can be anywhere. Yeah. And the second thing is that, second question is that you are going to charge from me if I am going to use your app. Are you going to charge something from the parking place owner also? Yes or no?
So that way, municipal department is losing some revenue.
You are going to put your parking, whatever that hardware there. So how are you going to put it without his permission?
They have to open.
They have to open
the concern on authority, like for regulating all those things. Otherwise, you cannot simply put the parking and start charging that too.
And then government will always say that, okay, to put in your sensor per slot, you pay me this much.
Some revenue sharing model
has to be coming.
After all, the money has to go to him.
Yeah, but then that has to be, you have to work out, negotiate, convince. That's the amount, that itself is quite steep task.
Okay. Now, my last question is that, okay, whatever app you have written, is it complete with respect to the current model of implementation or anything more to be done? Right now, it is complete. Let us say that the model implementation is complete.
No, for now, for this model
is complete.
You have not tested with the hardware and all those things yet.
In real life scenario.
This is like the real life one. So we're just
Okay. Now, supposing if I say that, like he said, high school ground term parking area, one parking slot, I want you to demonstrate to me with the hardware there and your mobile opening your mobile. How much time do you think you will take to demonstrate that to me?
In the
real scenario,
real scenario, parking meter is there. Let us say this is the parking meter. In the parking slot it is there. And then I am driving my car and then I stop it. Then I am logged in already. Then when I come back, it should show me, okay, now this is the amount you have to pay. Do you think how much time it will take to show this?
Let's say you have to implement the same thing here in Nelit's parking area. Okay, so how long will you take to install your sensors, have your app running and show her that, this is in reality, this is how it's going to work? How many days, months, weeks?
I want to run your app with a real car, real app, real hardware.
First, we have to ask the authority of transport.
That is okay. It's granted.
Granted. That's a Nelit is granted. Okay.
So, about the space, we'll install the hardware and process there. So after once it is installed, then we can correctly access.
That's what I am asking you. You please tell me how much time you can show this to me.
Within, say, Nelit parking area, don't go to high school.
Yeah.
Can you able to show it within some week time or something like that? That is what sir is asking. Is it possible or not?
Is it possible to show the entire working of this whatever you have developed so far.
We can have a test run, say, you put your sensors here, will come from my school.
Okay, I'll put it this way. Day after tomorrow, for example, can I ask you please install the hardware, install the app in my mobile, and then show that it can be used? Ah.
And this sensor will work on
When can you
audio.
show that? When can you show that? Tell me.
It'll work now also.
Which one?
This same sensor will work now also.
This setup now also.
Now also it can work.
Then you do that, put it out there, let one vehicle come.
Yeah,
and
I think
see.
after the presentation is over, I'll come and watch it. Okay?
Please
show it to me.
Does yours
Now.
How is your sensor connected? It's connected to the laptop, right?
No, it's connected to not MCU.
Okay.
What
It's a
are-
Wi-Fi mode, no?
So this is
What components are there?
Oh, okay. Got it.
This is a Wi-Fi model, so
Hmm.
the sensors are connected here. So whatever the sensor is receiving, this Wi-Fi model will send it to the Firebase.
So you need a Wi-Fi there. So basically,
Yeah.
you'll be standing out there with your
Yeah.
hotspot and then
Yeah.
connect it. Like that.
This required a Wi-Fi connection, right?
Right. So
You need
it's
to have the internet access.
it seems it's hard coded with his credentials, his phone's credentials. Hotspot. So
Once we install setup,
He has to be there.
he has to be there. He has to stand
You
there.
have to be there nearby this box.
And what is the range of your IR sensor?
Now we can change the value also. There is a condition there, so we change. Now it's just an inch.
Some inches, no? But if you set that means if you set the same device down there, you will have to change the potentiometer to increase the distance, right?
Yeah.
So
That's
those
what I'm saying.
those things have to be done.
How to be done? When do you think you will be?
Can you
able
do
to
this after
it
the presentation?
And show it to us.
We can.
Yes, sir. We can set up now.
Okay, by the time other things.
By the time we finish the others.
No, that's what. By the time we finish others and come back, can you show it?
Yes, sir.
Take it as a challenge and do it.
So we can show about this model.
See, winning and losing doesn't matter, but if you can take the challenge and show us, I think that would be a great achievement.
Yes.
Of course, it's a very good concept, which is a need of the hour for people. I mean, like a place like Kohima, but the only concern is internet connectivity, which you have to consider. It's very.
I mean, if it works, I can even talk to the home department and tell them like, look, this is something you need in the home department, in the secretary. Okay. Secretary is congested. Okay.
Yeah,
I can tell them.
one small area.
Yeah.
Now that he has told you this, I would give you further ideas also. Improve the hardware so that you can scan the number plate of the car also.
Correct.
Yeah.
All those things you can do so that it is more secure and you don't have to depend much on your mobile also. There itself it will maintain the counter of how many hours it is parked.
Because I'm sure in your Firebase, the moment somebody parks it and the moment your code gives you one, okay, that is occupied, right? You have a timestamp with that, what time it was sent, right? So why can't you use that timestamp to calculate the duration of parking? No. So that is one. Then you must have heard of these RFIDs. Not RFIDs plus fast tags are coming out now with RFIDs.
RFID is coming.
Right. So RFID.
Either RFID, if RFID is not there, think about some small camera. I don't know. Cost will go up, but still you can do it. I don't know what is the cost of this, whatever the
Your
small
sensor?
one you have built.
This Wi-Fi model goes around 312 rupees.
312 rupees. And that has the IR sensors. IR sensors you buy separately, right?
Yeah, IR sensor for one piece it comes around 50 rupees.
Anyway, it's a good thing you have done for demonstration purposes. If you show it real time today evening, it will be very good.
Yeah. Again, adding on last night only we have discussed while developing this last night that if it would be good that if we install a camera along with the sensor so that we can scan the car grades and all that. So we were talking about that. So last night only we were discussing about that while we were preparing for presentation.
So when you do park this, I mean, when you do take it down and place it there, nah, you have to calculate the height also, okay, from the ground level where you're going to place the sensors. Otherwise, you might miss. And then you can even use the simple, you have this Pythagoras theorem or things like that, where you can actually measure the height of an object, basing on the length. So if you can use those mathematical models into your app, then it would make more sense. More features will be there, right? You can actually identify objects. AI is using mostly of those mathematical things only to calculate whether it's an object, a face. Okay, and then your app is only in Android.
Yeah, Android.
So there will be no version for iOS around.
Later on, yeah.
And you have
Android is more easier to develop.
So
Usually the source code is mostly available
and free, no? And you have experience in Flutter?
We are learning it now.
Flutter is mainly a UI framework. It's not for logical works.
But we can design for both Android and
So
Anyway, good, you have done a good work. Like that.
Sir, maybe we can, as we said, sir, they can go and set up once.
Yeah, set up.
We can do the next.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
You can see.
You're also a student.
Your student.
Four of them.
Four of them from here.
No, four of you are from here.
They are just passed out this year only. No?
Oh, and then
Last year.
and you do masters here
from
again.
No.
BCA from.
Okay.
PCA from Nagaland.
Last year only they have
Mizoram.
BCA.
Oh. They passed out last year and now three of them are being in Mizoram and one in Shillong. Nice, nice. So you have alumni back, huh?
Okay, all three of them.
All four of
studied
them.
here.
All four of them.
Last year
All
only.
four of them were studying.
So how did you get, I mean, I'm just asking some different question. How did you get this idea for this? What was the motivation behind this idea?
Well, so about this, just after we saw the advertisement, we were just we had a talk. Four of us we had a talk and we were just discussing about ideas and all. So when we just talk about the current scenario of the parking system here in Nagaland, it's very congested and very hard to find parking. So here so I drive cars and then also they drive cars, so we find it very difficult. So we were just discussing why not we just implement this and have an easy solution about give a solution to the people. We were just talking about that and discussing and this ideas.
See, I would suggest, just a suggestion, don't think about covering everybody, all drivers, all vehicles in the first go itself. Okay. Concentrate on public offices like secretariat outside parking. Concentrate on malls, mall parking outside the mall area. Nah. We talk with those single individuals, at least start off as a pilot. Nah. You start small, then slowly, I'm sure once you do that, then KMC or whoever it is, they might approach you directly themselves to say like, okay, you have a solution, you have used it, so how about here? So like that only you go. So there are many offices in Kohima itself where this parking is a big problem. So you can start off with all those things, those areas.
Just pick up one or two areas first and then start.
Then start off,
implementing.
yeah. Implementing in say a demo model for maybe 6 months or 2 months, 3 months.
And your cost is not that much.
Just like I'm sure everybody, all of you are using Geo, no? You got hooked because of the free thing, no? So, it's the same thing everywhere.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, sir. Try
Thank
to
you.
follow this model.
Okay, sir.
Thanks, Sparky.
Yeah.
Clean with the back करके देखे ना ना
Solano, shall we allow the next candidate?
Mua với nhau
Này,
nè.
con này. Rồi, con.
Me? Yeah, please.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Running look.
Can we call the next person?
It's not the other way around.
Yes, sir. Next one will come.
So the itinerary we
Next person is coming.
Next, we have Yinda Clear. I'll be letting them join soon.
Right, thank you.
Okay. Yinda Clear, you may start your presentation.
Good afternoon, respected panel of judges. We are sorry for the inconvenience. We had technical issues since we had many applications running in background from 11 a.m. Our system got freezed. So before we start with our presentation, I will give a quick introduction about our team. My name is Imli Kokpa, and our team members' names are Sintiranba, Chupatula, and Rungsunung. We apologize since our two team members, Rongsun Nungla and Chupatula, cannot attend today's presentation since they are appearing exam. So now to begin with our presentation, I will give a quick, brief introduction about Imtakir. So the word Imtakir is an Ao dialect word, which means villager or people living in a village. Imtakir is an online platform to sell products. It creates a market linkage between the rural people and the market. So by creating a market linkage, the rural people can sell their products at a larger scale by capturing wider market area. So by selling their products, it will enhance their livelihood by generating good income, which we think that it will generate more employment opportunities, and also it will motivate the people from rural areas to exercise their talents and passions. There are many prevailing problems in our society, but here are some lists which we have listed out. So as we know that in Nagaland, we have blessed with a good natural resources. So, but the villagers or the rural people that do not produce products at a large scale. This problem arises because they don't have the right market linkage. We have currently we have many market e-commerce platform, but they do not specifically focus on rural people like unemployed youths. So because of that, old-age traditional values like weaving of traditional attires, bamboo basket making, and handicrafts are also diminishing, especially among the youths. So here I would like to show you some facts and figures to show why we are focusing on rural areas and also how Imtakir can play an important role. So here we have the facts and figures of administrative units in respect to Nagaland as per 2011 census. In urban areas, we have 26 towns and 114 sub-districts. And in rural areas, we have 1,428 villages. And out of which total population is 19,80,602. And out of that, the urban area covers, the population of urban areas are 28.97%, and in rural areas we have 71.03%. And from many reliable sources, we have seen that the unemployment rate in Nagaland is very high, and Nagaland records the highest unemployment rate in India. Nearly 2/3 youth in Nagaland are unemployed, and as per the theoretic labor force for 2019 and 20, unemployment in Nagaland was 24.7%, and it is increasing rapidly. So to overcome these problems, we in Taklir team have come up with some mission and vision. So with a careful analysis and mobilizing different sections of the people, we create a market linkage between the farmers, unemployed youths, and self-help groups from the rural areas and with the market. So by creating the linkage, they can sell the products at a larger scale, which will enhance their livelihood by increasing their income or giving them by generating a good income. So by generating a good income, there will be more interested persons. It will motivate the people from rural areas to exercise their passions, talents, and skills. And when farmers and unemployed youths are empowered, the economy of Nagaland in general will enhance greatly, which will lead to decrease in unemployment and also increase in export of local products. So to reach out the rural people, we in Taklir have initiated some steps for dissemination of information regarding how Yim Taklir works. So these are some of the steps, initiatives which we have taken by conducting seminars and consultations with artisans, weavers, SSGs, self-help groups, and other interested parties in the village as well as neighboring villages. By putting up banners, posters at prominent areas depicting crucial information, and also by giving out dedicated phone numbers for consultations, for personal consultations. Here we have some products which we have identified for marketing. Here we have listed out 3 sections of people. First one is farmers, unemployed youths, and self-help groups. So the farmers, they can produce and they can sell the products which they can sell are handicrafts, organic foods, dried fruits. The unemployed youths, they can make pickles, T-shirt printings, DIY like paintings, clothing and accessories. Self-help groups, they can produce processed foods and traditional attires. The revenue model of yimtaklir.com, we have the revenue model of yimtaklir.com. We have 2 tables. This is just the approximate estimated expenditure and approximate estimated income for 3 years. For domain and hosting, for payment of to pay the salary for 3%, internet charges, seminars, workshops, advertisements, and promotions. The total here we have for 1 year, we have 1,43,499. And for 3 years, we have 4,30,497. That is the approximate estimated expenditure, and approximate estimated income is for goods worth 1.80 lakhs. That is, the amount is 18,000. Goods worth 5 lakhs, 50,000. Goods worth 15 lakhs, 1,50,000. So these are just the estimated expenditure for 3 years. And for other income sources, we have banner ads, featured products, featured images, featured store. So to demonstrate the working system of yimtaklir, I give time to my team members.
Good afternoon, respected panel of judges. Now I will take the time to demonstrate the working system of yimtaklir.com. So before demonstrating on our live website, first of all, I would like to give a brief highlight how our yimtaklir.com works. So first of all, our website link is www.yimtaklir.com. So anybody with an internet access can access our website from mobile devices or from computer devices. So out here, this yimtaklir.com follows traditional e-commerce methods. So out here, we have three categories of users: the administrator of the website, the sellers, and the buyers. So at IMDAClear, the first step is registration from the sellers. Once the registration is completed by the sellers, the administrator will approve the registration after verifying different details. And then once approved, the seller will be notified by an email. And then after the approval, the seller can upload their products to sales. And then once uploaded, the buyers or customer can place an order through our platforms. So once the order is completed, the seller and then the admin will be notified via email, and then a WhatsApp service will also be provided for the administrator to be notified the sellers. And then once the payment is completed, the administrator will confirm that one, and then after that, the seller will dispatch the products for couriers. So after a cooling period of around 15 to 20 days, the seller can request for a payout from the administrators, and then the administrator will verify the amount, and then it will be transferred to the seller via a payment gateway to their bank account directly. So now the website link is www.imdaclear.com. Now I will demonstrate how all the process will take place. So in these demonstrations, let us assume that we have three different types of users in IMDAClear. So the first browser will be the administrator. The second browser out here, it will be the sellers. And then the third browser, it will be the users. So under this is the administrator dashboard. So under this administrator dashboard, the admin can manage products, they can manage orders, they can manage payments, and then they can manage the sellers. And then under the administrator, under the sellers, the seller can manage products, they can upload products, and then they can manage different orders. And then from the seller's end, they can browse through the different products which are listed on our website, and then they can place an order of their choice. So now let us demonstrate how how a seller can register and then upload a product to sell. So this is the seller dashboard. So from here, the seller can register directly from become a seller, or else they can go to my account, and then under my account, if they are already registered, they can log in using their username or email and then a password, or else they can click on register to create a new account and then click on become a vendor. However, the seller can also click on seller's registration at the folder of the website, so they can use any of the link to register. So upon clicking that link, the seller will take to a registration forms where they have to enter certain details. So for now, let us give the username as a startup demo. After that, and then for that, after entering the username, email, first name, last name, they can give their own preferred store name, which should be unique in our platform for each of the different sellers. So for our example, let us give startup store. After that, they can give the address of the store where it is located. So for now, let us give village. After that, country India, city So after entering all the required details, the seller can now click on register. So once they click on register, he will be notified with an information which to follows. So once the registration has been submitted, you have to wait for the admin to approve. So out here, this is the administrator dashboard. Under the administrator dashboard, you can click on store vendors and then click on pending store vendor. So this is the account we have registered just now as a start. After that, the store name is startup vendors. So the admin can now click here. After that, verify the details and check the details of the details submitted by the sellers. So if there is any details that the seller has missed out, they can state the reason and then they can reject. Or else, if all the details are up to that, they can click on approve and then they can click, admin can click update. So once the request from the vendor has been approved by the sellers, the seller will receive an email from the administrator sometimes the mail delivery system, it gets delayed. Sometimes it takes 2 to 3 minutes. So the seller will receive an email from the administrator that their account has been approved. So once approved, the seller can now log in from my account. So once approved, the seller can now set up the basic details about their store, like the logo of the stores and all. So this is the seller dashboard from where they can manage different orders, manage customers, and then they can request for payout from the administrator. Now, the seller, what they have to do is the first thing is they can add a products. So to add a products, they can click on products. After that, add new. So when they click on add new, you will be presented with the forms to enter different details about the product. So for now, let me give the product details as a demo product. And then they can enter 2 different prices. This is the actual price, and then this one is the discounted price. So for this demonstration purpose, let's give 10 rupees. And then the seller can give a description about the product. And then out here, they can give a long description, all the product details they have to enter in this area. Now, after entering the product details, they can manage the inventory. So SKU, stock keeping unit, it should be always unique for different products. After that, if the seller wish to manage a stock, like if they have 10 quantities of that particular amount, they can enter the details. After that, allow back orders. Allow back order means whether the users or buyers can order when the inventory or the stock goes below them. So out here we have kept to not allow. So once the products goes down below one, these particular products will show us out of stock. After that, whether the products have to be sold individually or any buyers can buy all the products at bulk. So after entering those details, the user can now add an image about for the products. So from here, you can select the image. After that, if you want to add more products about images about the products, they can click and then they can add more images for the same products. So after that, we have different categories set up for the sellers to add. So if that particular products is under the handicrafts, they can choose that one, or else if the same products comes in under multiple categories, they can select multiple categories also. So after entering all the details, after uploading the product images, they can click submit. So once the product is successfully uploaded, the user can now browse through the platform and then purchase the products. So okay, now under the user's dashboard, they can browse through the catalogs to view the different products they wish to buy. So they can browse through different catalogs. So for example, if you wish to buy these products, let's say, so out here, this is a cart, add to cart menu, and then this is the preview menu from where the buyers can view the details about the product without going to the details about the product. So they can directly add to cart, or else they can view the product directly from the link. So when we click that link, it will give the detailed description about the products. Now, if the user wish to buy another products, they can browse around through different menus. So for example, this is the product we have uploaded just now by the sellers. They can click on add to cart. Now, once the product is under the cart, the user can register, or for the convenience, we allow users to register for a new account during checkout. So the user can click checkout, and then after that, if they are already registered, they can log in, or else they can use the billing details to sign up the account as well as to check out for the product. So first of all, let's say my first name is Emily Tamir. This is optional. After that, my home address is, let's say, 150. Okay, after the buyers entered all the details like the house number, the address, the state, the cities, PIN code, phone numbers, and emails. If you wish to create a new account, they can click this one, where they have to use the details to log in the future. So after that, if the user wish to ship that product to a different location, or if someone wish to order for someone, they can enter the details out here to ship to a different address. So let me check untick this for now. Now after that, out here it is a summary about the products out here. So the product name is demo product, the amount is 10, so the total is 10. Now if everything, after entering all the details, you can click on proceed to pay the amount. Now in our platforms, the user can pay using different credit cards or debit cards. They have the option to pay using different UBI apps. After that, they can pay using an internet banking. So for this demo purpose, let me use UBI. So out here, let me use UBI for phone pay. After that, when the user clicks here to pay the amount, now once the payment has been paid successfully by the buyers, it will be displayed that the order has been received, and then you will be shown the summary about the products, and then you will be displayed with an information about the seller name from where the products will be shipped. After that, you will be provided with the shipping details and then the billing address provided by the seller itself. So once the order has been confirmed, the administrator will be notified via email that the order has been received in the platform. So under the administrator dashboard, you can check their email when they receive the notification. Okay, so the admin has received an email from the payment gateway that the amount for an order from Emily Jamir, this one, he paid using a UBI, the phone number is this one, and then the amount is then that the payment has been successfully confirmed. So to confirm this one, the user, the administrator of the mw.com can also check their payment gateway account. So from under the transaction, if we look onto the details, this is the transaction we have did just now, the username, the email address, and then the status is success. So the administrator of the mw.com have to go to the admin dashboard, and then under the orders, under the order menus, it will be listed with all the orders that is not yet processed. So this is the order we have received just now. So the admin can mark as complete, or else they can click to view more details again. So under that, it will be provided with the username and then the user's address. So what the admin have to do is the admin can click and then change the status to complete, and then they can update it. So once the status of the order has been updated by the administrator, the seller will be notified via email that the order has been completed. So So under the seller dashboard, they can go to orders. And then they can view the details about the products, and then the status is set as completed by the administrator. Now, after dispatching the products to the buyers, after a cooling period of around 15 to 20 days, the seller can request for a payout from the administrator using the payment links. So from here, they can request for withdrawals. So under these withdrawals, this particular seller have only one sale so far, so they can check that one. After that, they can click on request. So once the request has been received by the administrator will process the payment to the sellers. So that is how the working system of MW works. So the website is fully functional, but all the products listed so far is for demonstration purposes only. So thank you so much. If there are any questions, they are welcome.
Is your presentation over?
Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you for giving us such an in-depth presentation. We were looking into your live demo also. It looks like it's a WordPress site and you are hosting it on a private cloud, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you might be using some WooCommerce plugins for your site.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does your payment gateway accept all modes of payment, or is it just cashless, the UPI-based payment system?
It accepts all types of payments from debit cards, credit cards, UPI, and then internet banking.
Okay. So as far as I remember, most payment gateways give you a payout in T+2 days.
Yeah.
In India. So why does the seller have to wait for 15 to 20 days cool down?
So that, for example, after the successful payment from the buyers, if there is any refund request from the buyers, or if you want to return the products from the buyers, we have to wait for that cooling period, so that if there is no refund request or no cancellation request from the buyers, only after that process, the seller can request for the payout, so that the admin can process that.
So why is the money that is coming to your account, it will be earning some interest, right? Whatever little it may be. So are you giving the seller with interest, or are you giving him just the MRP that he has listed for his product?
So far we are not providing any interest to the seller, because at maximum we are keeping the money only for 15 to 20 days. So once the product has been delivered successfully, we will cash out to them.
And what about, are you providing any warehousing services or packaging services?
So so far we are at the very initial stage of our startup. So we lack investment, so we cannot set up our own warehouse to collect different products and then keep it in our end. So for now, we are letting the sellers to keep their own products, and then when the order comes, they have to dispatch the same. So in the future, if we have the opportunity to work more, and then if we get those investment opportunities, we are planning to set up a warehouse so that we can keep all those inventory at our end.
What is the difference between your model or whatever you have built so far and the Amazon model, for example?
Okay, so sir, basically we are using the existing technology, but what set us apart from Amazon technology is that we at mw.com, we are focusing only on the social benefits. We are trying to solve the social problems by targeting the rural peoples specifically and the unemployed youths and different self-help groups.
Right, but still, what is the unique selling point with compared to Amazon? Because Amazon, I'll be able to get the payment faster if, as a rural guy, if I'm able to approach Amazon. Right.
Okay, so Amazon does not specifically focus on traditional items or any products specifically from the villagers or the unemployed youths. And then the another point is that Amazon, their transaction fee is, we have did some research, and then we have seen that they charge around 10 to 22% depending on different products. But we at IMDAClear, we are trying to charge as low as possible from the sellers from the products they sell.
Okay, now you tell me, how do you verify whether the buyer or a seller is a genuine buyer or a seller?
Pardon, sir?
See, I can always say that I have a product, but I may not have the product. How do you verify that?
So when they registered, they give their personal phone numbers and then emails.
That's okay. Phone number doesn't mean that I am having that product.
Yeah.
I mean, I can call you, and then you can call me. I'll give my number, and you can ask me. I'll say yes. I have 100 of those, necklaces or things like that.
And tomorrow I'll change my number after getting the money.
Yeah. So what we have set up is after acquiring some basic details, we at IMDAClear team will personally call those sellers and then verify all these details from which villages they are or from which self-help group they are. And then after that, we are planning to integrate forms where they can submit their details like Aadhaar card and then PAN card,
Right, but still it doesn't give me that confidence that this is a viable method to verify.
But the one thing is that if the seller has uploaded fake products and then it was purchased, but the admin have to verify whether the payment has been successfully paid by the buyers or not. Only when the admin approves that the amount has been accepted, the seller have to dispatch that one. So until and unless the product has been dispatched to the sellers from the admin end, the amount will not be cashed out to the sellers.
Right, then and another question is, I think he asked first question, 15 days it will take for the seller to get the payment.
Yeah.
Okay, as a seller, how do I know that after 15 days, definitely I will get the payment? How do I know that your site or whatever it is a proper site and you have a genuine interest to sell my products?
Yes, sir. So
how do I put my confidence into your site? How do I know?
So once the order has been received and then the payment is then completed, the seller have to dispatch the parcel or the things from an post office or using a different courier service. So while doing so, you will receive a tracking ID. So depending on the location, you have to estimate the days from the postal services when that product should be delivered, and depending on that, from the dashboard, they can request for payout from the administrator.
Okay, one question. You said that, the aim of IMDAClear is to empower rural society, right?
Yes, sir.
So when you talk about rural areas, you know very well in Nagaland, internet is a big problem.
Yes, sir.
Right. Mobile data doesn't work. I believe you all are aware, Zunipoto, they shut down all mobile operator stores.
Yes,
right,
yes, sir.
recently. And there is a lack of skilling and capacity building in the rural areas. I understand that skilling and capacity building, you are doing something towards it, maybe marketing, seminars, and all those things. But how do you address the internet issues? Now, you said that as a seller, I suppose I'm sitting in a remote village in Mon district, and I don't have any internet connection. Now, for me to request for a payout, I need to log into my dashboard and I need to raise that query, right?
Okay.
So how do you address that? I have no internet connection. Isn't it simpler for me to just take to Instagram and open a store in Instagram? Direct payment to me, direct shipping.
So like the thing is, for example, from the Mon district, we can keep a representative, and then we will let them do all the setting up of the store for the villagers or different group to sell their products. And then some educated, unemployed youths, if they are just sitting idle, we can keep them as a representative. And then when a product has been received from the buyers, those representatives will dispatch those products after taking off from the sellers or different self-help groups.
So that would again now change your business model. I remember you said three persons to hire for your 3,000 per month, right? So if you now say tomorrow you have sellers from all 11 districts of the state or all 12 districts of the state, then that means you'll have to start investing in manpower. Your business model will get impacted. Or are you going to take it out from your 10% revenue cut that you're charging the seller for posting products?
Those representatives will be on a voluntary basis. Suppose like in our village, there are, for example, 10 sellers. All of our 10 sellers can nominate someone to manage our stores if someone is unemployed and then just sitting in our village. So that's how it works. So for the commission purpose, they have to pay only to that representative from that village. For example, if there are 10 farmers in our village, and then those farmers, they are not well equipped with technology. So in our village, if there is one uneducated people just sitting idle, that particular person will manage this, like the registration process, or when the order has been received, he will coordinate with those villagers and then dispatch those products.
So his commission will be paid by the seller again, right?
Yeah, it depends on them how they want to sell those products in the platform.
Because I am sorry, I don't agree with you when you say it will be voluntary, because if you say it's voluntary, then unemployment, you cannot say that he's employed, right? Employment means I'm getting something out of my work that I put in. So if you say it's a voluntary service, then I don't think I'm going to get any employment is not going down. And secondly, if you say that the seller has to maybe give the commission to the agent in the district or the village, then why should seller give? Then seller is ultimately ending up giving more than 10% of his profits.
And that too after 15 days.
That's after 15 days, yeah. So there's some questions for you. We're not saying that the idea is wrong or right or wrong, but some things that you can think about.
Okay, sir.
Okay, and the second thing is, I think there is something called CSC. I think what is that?
Yes,
CSC?
Common
Service Center. Okay, why can't we use that instead of this particular, again using your site? Why can't I go and strengthen CSC to do the marketing?
Like there are many self-help groups in Nagaland, and then there is also a CSC centers. But all those setups, they do not give proper guidance or those consultations to different artisans or those are different rural peoples. So they are most of the time those rural peoples, they are unaware of the existing technologies to use.
Okay, now you tell me technology wise, what is the innovation in your thing?
So out here in the technology wise, we are just using an existing technology to solve the social problems.
No, that's okay. That is to solve a social problem. Okay, but building or technology demonstration, what is innovation?
So innovation is to provide simplicity to the users, which will benefit them at a shorter period of time.
Anything else you want to ask? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, should I ask the next one to join?
Yes, you say sure. And
Yes, please.
Okay, okay.
Date also.
Okay, the next group that we have is Book Q. Book Q. Book Q, you may start your presentation.
Oh, hello. Hello, good afternoon, judges.
Hi, good evening.
Oh, good evening, sir and miss.
Yeah. Look at that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, yes. So, we are team What's in Luket. I am Luket Achumi.
And I'm Washington.
We are both first year engineering students, and this was what we came up with. We'd like to request if we can kindly share our screen.
Yeah, you can do that. Where are you studying?
I am studying in ADBU Guwahati.
Okay.
I'm
And
studying
what's
in Dayanand Sagar College of Engineering, Bangalore.
Bangalore. Okay.
Yes, Bangalore.
Great, great, great. Okay, go ahead.
So these people are from Nagaland, but studying
outside.
outside. Yes. So for them also it is open.
Hello, is my screen visible? May I know if my screen is visible?
I can see your cursor. I can see your cursor, but the rest of your screen is not visible.
Okay.
Yeah. Now it's coming.
So we are team. We are team Watson and Luket, and this is our take on the inevitable increase in waste of study materials and books. So every year, over 30 million trees. The previous year, over 30 million trees were cut down just books. Most of these books end up as wrappers in small shops stored used to start the warm winter fireplace. And that's not all. The rise in the number of students is in an inevitable exponential rise throughout, causing the proportional logarithmic rise of paper waste too. Just 20 years apart, the number of students appearing their 10th exams in India has soared from 228 million students all the way to 380 million students. And there is an estimate of 640 tons of waste from books alone per year, accounting to massive pollution. See the numbers soar even problem. Our solution is BookQ. But before we go into what BookQ offers, let us look at the competition and what they are doing. We looked at such 6 sites, and this was what we found. There are 2 types of operating models, namely ads and inventory based. So basically, under ad based, anyone can buy and sell books through posting an ad in their website. Then, upon transaction, the seller has to mail it to the buyer. While under inventory based, the company collects the data, the books from the retailer or wholesalers, then regulates the quality and ships it for delivery. We took the best aspects of both models and made our service with it. As we take a look at the first site, the first site does not happen to offer any sort of monetized exchange system with the customers. The second site does not offer any sort of subscription service. Site 3 does not have any mobile or desktop counterparts. Site 4 does not offer books for sale in sets. The fifth site does not have a user friendly interface. And site 6 does not offer any sort of token or reward system. With this being said, none of the other sites that we looked into offer either a swap or exchange feature and a commonly convenient pickup service. Not forgetting that none of the sites mentioned give any emphasis to charity or goodwill. What's in?
So coming back to BookQ, it is a multi-platform service where one can buy or sell books online at the convenience of their home. That too at a very rational cost because we believe that students of all backgrounds should have access to materials despite the high prices. And you can choose not to step out of your home throughout the whole process, as we also provide a doorstep pickup and delivery service. We offer not only doorstep delivery, but we also offer pickup service. Yeah, BookQ offers trading services where you can easily swap your old books with the ones you will need on your promotion to the next class. You can also exchange any book for any book with a similar value. We also take in notebooks and bad condition books, which will be sent for recycling. And in the process, you can also earn some money while at the same time working on conserving the environment. With much emphasis on charity too. The books that are contributed to BookQ shall be used for goodwill only. Anyone can send in their old books, which will then be donated to the needy students. Being an inventory-based service, we keep quality regulations. We do not compromise on the services offered. All items are set to their optimal value on factors, namely page conditions, markings, and relevance. BookQ also offers an elaborated token and referral system that enables you to redeem books of your choice. With the booming of crypto, we also plan to accept the same for transaction, along with cash on delivery and your other favorite payment methods. Here at BookQ, we put students and provide one of the most user-friendly interfaces and customer supports. So we ensure that you get the best experience.
So taking a look at our website right here. So we have built our website through a CMS.
It's easier now, everything's ready. Just have to customize a little bit.
So this is the basic prototype of our page, and on the top here we have the main functions such as home, savings form, account, etc. In the top right corner we've got the card feature, and as we scroll down through the home page, you'll find the featured section, featured books. Some of our best features listed above here. And now let me show you how it works. Basically, you just click on any book, or you can go to production. Then you can click on the book. Then you'll see like pictures and features, descriptions, etc. Then you can edit your cart. Then you can confirm it here. I've already added a few items here, and it's showing subtotal. It's 548 rupees. Now let me show you the sell and swap feature. You add the title of the book here, picture of the cover. You can choose what to do with it, sell or swap. The Q token, the account. Under the donate option, you can type in the title of the item. You can leave a special message or anything here. Then you can do the delivery. And that's about it for our main prototype.
So this is the mobile version of the application. it does everything the website does, and it is available for Android. Now, that was our demonstration for our website. Now, we'd like to share the business model with all of you. What's in?
Okay, so now we will talk about how we plan to make money from our customers. Our primary source will be through charging a portion as commission fee. So for every item that is sold, we will take a small portion, usually around 20 to 30% as a service fee. Apart from that, we will also implement display advertisements on our page to generate additional revenue. This will initially be our secondary source, and as we get more page visits, the revenue generated will be more. We will also be charging the retail shops for marketplace service, hence take a small amount from the sellers as service fee. Already existing retail stores can partner with BookQ and put their books for sale for a monthly service. Yeah, and we will get the word out mainly by advertisement in popular media such as newspaper, Google Ads, Facebook, Instagram ads, etc. We will also go for promotional campaign from school to school to promote our service.
This is how our progress roadmap will look like. With this being said, we are very optimistic about the positive impacts BookQ will bring towards our environment and our society. We are Watch It and Look It, and this was BookQ. Thank you.
Thank you, BookQ. It was a very interesting presentation.
Thank you, sir.
And you did look into aspects of going green, recycling, reuse. So really appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
I have some questions. You said your primary source of income would be through service commissions, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And you are planning to charge 20 to 30%, right? As commission.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So does that include your shipping and transport also?
No.
Or will
For
that
shipping,
be additional? Yeah.
Yeah, for shipping, yeah. Look at you tell about the ship rocket one.
Sir, so for shipping, we are planning to do our shipments through Ship Rocket. So what they do is they charge their prices according to the distance of the destination. So like it mostly ranges around 70 rupees per shipment on average throughout India.
Okay. And what is your plan? You plan to have it launched globally or just locally, as in locally also, I mean Nagaland first, then the rest, or is it going to happen like pan-India?
No, yes, sir. Like first, we're planning to launch it in our district and state, no? From Kohima, then Nagaland.
In Nagaland, you know very well that transportation is a big problem, and there are lots of hidden costs involved again. And okay, on that note, I was looking at your app. Your app, is it deployed on any of the app stores or the Play stores presently?
Sir, it is still under its prototype
is it a customly built app, or have you, are you just showing your website in an in-app browser? I mean,
Oh,
like
yes, sir.
say,
For the time being,
for timing is just the website on an in-app browser, right?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
So who built the app for you guys? Did you guys do it yourself, or?
Oh,
you
yes,
took some-
we did it through Thunkable, which is a
Oh,
platform.
you did? Okay, use Thunkable service. Okay.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So apart from that, do you have any experience in app development?
Sir, this is our first time trying
Yeah.
these things, and yeah, so yeah, this is our first experience.
All right, all right. And what is this monthly service fee you were mentioning in your presentation? No? I was just wondering about that.
Like
From
we
these,
thought, yeah, from retail bookstores.
from
Like
retail
they can
bookstores.
yes, like they can choose to like put up their products in our website, and then yeah, they can sell it from there, and then they have to pay like monthly service instead of royalty.
Okay. So basically I believe your plan is to, I mean, there will be no ebooks or anything like that, right? It's going to be the hard copy of the book, right?
Yeah, yes,
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that means you are just planning to limit the printing of new books.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
when you
in
can,
a way.
right? Because it makes no sense, because if you say you want to reduce the tree cutting thing, but then every year new books are being printed, okay, that is not going to have much of an impact, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So any questions?
Okay, now you started your presentation by saying that saving trees. Okay, now don't you think Kindle is a better way of saving trees?
Sir, may you please repeat that question?
Now you started your presentation by saying that the aim is to save the trees which are used for printing the books. You got it?
Sir, that was not our main aim. But
okay,
we did mention that.
Tree is wasted, okay, but whereas Kindle really saves the trees. Kindle, there is no tree cutting.
Yes, sir.
If
yes,
everybody starts using Kindle, I think absolutely after some time, there will not be wastage of trees.
Yes, sir. But the thing is, Kindle, if Kindle would have, everyone would have used Kindle. Kindle came back many years ago. So by now, everyone would have been on Kindle. However, we feel that the usage of books, especially for schools, will not change for the coming years sooner or later. So that is why that's our concern.
Okay, my second question is that how do you ensure, because you are trying to sell used books, how do you ensure that the quality of the books is okay? In between, some pages are not missing or pages are torn. How do you ensure that?
What's in?
Yeah, for that, sir, for that reason we have chosen the inventory system, so that they will send the books over to us, and then we can check it for any markings are there, like in the page qualities and all, and then set the value.
That means that will take time for the seller to get the money for whatever he has sent.
In a way, yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
So, okay, technology wise, what do you think is the innovation in this? Okay, you have built a website.
Yes, sir.
Apart from the idea of selling old books, technology wise, I am asking, what is the innovation? Or is it the same? Okay, the payment mechanisms are existing, website mechanisms are existing. Okay, you have changed the product. Is it true? You agree with me what I say?
Sir, we didn't quite get the question. Sorry, sir.
See, what I'm saying is that there are already e-commerce sites which are selling products.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you are using a similar model here, technology-wise. You have built up a website so that sellers and buyers can exchange used books in this case.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is the innovation with respect to your contribution apart from used books?
Oh, sir. First of all, most of all the sites they offer, what they offer is they don't offer a multi-platform system where they are present on both for desktop and mobile users. So that's the first difference that where we stand out. And then also they don't have any sort of token or referral system. So like what this referral system does is that when you refer your the app to your friend, you get a token, you get a set of tokens where over turn you will be able to trade in your tokens for a book. So they don't have that feature. Also, they don't none of the sites offer any emphasis to charity. So like you can, when you donate your books, you can donate the books to us, and then we don't put them for sale, but we instead use them for goodwill. So none of the sites that are present offer those.
Already they demonstrated it, got it somewhere else. Did you ask him? Okay, have you demonstrated this in earlier some competitions, the same concept?
Oh, yes, sir, we did. Yes, sir, we did.
So from that and now, what is it that you added more features?
Sir, we put more emphasis onto our competition on the websites that are already existing. We put more emphasis onto our competition, which in the previous we didn't do, and also we didn't demonstrate. We just recently demonstrated the application for mobile.
When did you demonstrate this?
I think around 2 weeks. 2 weeks, sir. 2 weeks ago.
I see. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay.
Sir, yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All the best.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Sir, are we done with the presentation?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
see,
Yes, sir.
the next final contestant.
Yes, sir. I've asked him to join. I'm waiting for
Alright.
him. Ah.
Same number to the
Yeah.
Question. How we control stuff, no? Itu juga dia Hello, Uzo. Nelite. Ano ito? Ito po. Masih kan gitu gitu. Nah, kali itu ya umum. Di mau desa itu kan. Trade, kudu naik, kudu video kami trading dia di mau deh.
Sir, Ali Penzer has joined.
All right, thanks, Lucy. Just hold on 1 minute.
Okay, sir.
Hello. Yeah. Nah, itu apa sih? Rani Tang. Nah, ini gitu zo. Okay. Then, Acha. Tumuga. Rani Tang. Oi, aru man habibo. I mean, kalilan tukang dulu gitu. Atau sound system level total production perlu kita. Acha. Oi, काफी ऐसे oi. तो presentation लगी होगा तो
So, from itinerary. Not
State का तो already निकल गया, तो कुछ है ही नहीं. No information about it.
STPI and then party business and then go back. Is it? For going my STPI, party, and then go back. Is it? That's all.
Hello, sir.
I don't know. Still, they are not started.
No. I just told him to give us a minute.
Huh?
I told him to give us a minute because you were out. No?
Oh.
Hi, Auli Penza. We can start.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, good evening. Sorry for the delay.
It's okay. So my name is Molo, and I will be presenting the project Auli Punzer.
All right.
So what is Auli Punzer? It is an Android-based application. It is built to provide information in just one app and help anyone without having them to browse for information on multiple sites, making multiple calls and asking for help. Today we see apps like Uber, Ola, Make My Trip, Trivago, and such many other apps making a huge difference in the world. And I thought, why not make an app for ourselves that provides all the features in one app? So the features in this app will be providing information on tourist village of Mokchong district and also guidance to the travelers, We'll also have a daily update on each COVID data from all the connected places with only Panzer. Online booking of hotels and transportation will also be made possible. Booking and update of events will also be made possible from our end. So I studied the current market and these are the expected results for this app according to the current market. If you look into the transportation, each counter has daily more than 20 passengers every morning just for Kohima and Dimapur, just from Kohima and Dimapur from Mokchong. So if we combine all the 5 to 6 counters in Mokchong, we are expected to get at least minimum of 30 booking per day at the rate of 5% commission. And same with the hotels, we are expected to get at least 10 bookings every month. And with over 80 registered villages under Mokchong district, my goal is to bring 50 villages under Auli Panzer when the app is released in the market. So according to the data that I've collected, these are the expected revenue that can be generated from this app with 5% commission and 30 bookings per day for a transportation mode. We are making up to 49,500 per month, and yearly it can come up to 5,92,000. Of course, there are pros and cons for this app. Like an unexperienced user. When we talk about unexperienced user, these are the elderly people who are not familiar with the technology. So they will have a hard time using this technology. So this group of people will stick to the old method of booking that is offline. For the experienced user, this app can help a lot in doing everything online without any physical movements. There's also one fallback. There is no on shares from the market. There is a particular excuse me, a particular counter would not want to share their income with us because there's a raise in the fuel these days, and there's less customer due to the COVID-19. But this app can help reduce their work and manpower and can make their work easy by doing everything online. This app will also have less active users compared to other app because this app focus on service more than market for the users to market. This app has potential to grow bigger in next year because it focuses on daily new active users. It will also have less engagement, but it is a neat and safe because with the world running on technology, it will be a good solution for the people and it's safe to be able to do everything online. So I'll just get into the prototype that I've built. Oh, excuse me. uh, can you see the screen?
Yes, we can see. Yeah.
Okay. So
Android Studio though.
what about the
I can see the
screen?
presentation. Yeah. I can see the presentation.
Oh, okay. So, excuse me for a second.
Yeah.
So I hope you can see it. So this is the app icon. So I'll just press. So this is the welcome screen of the app. And this is the user test onboarding screen. So it highlights how the app works. Welcome to Auli Panzer. Search for locations, online booking, and we have sit back and enjoy. So we'll just get started with the app. So this is the user dashboard.
Okay.
It has category of restaurants, hotel, office, and taxis. It also shows all the featured locations, most viewed, and the category. So we'll just go to all categories and go to restaurant. So we see the list of restaurant that is added to this app, and those are connected to my database. We can also search for a particular restaurant and get the data. And now we can also go and look for a tourist village, and then it will give information of a particular village that you have selected. So in this case, this is Mubunjigit, and it highlights about the village, how to get there, best time to visit, information, more information on guest house, park, museums, and all the related other informations. We can also go and check for a particular hotel. So in this case, this is Hotel Whispering Winds. So this is a description. We have the photo gallery. We can see the reviews of the users, the time that will be open and closed, the features, free parking, room service, laundry service, and restaurants. We can do the check-in, but due to some problem, I've added outside on this one. So I'll just go to the hotel booking. So it asks for permission for sending SMS, so I will allow this one. So I'll just write my name, Molo. So hotel is, I will just write Win. Phone number will be so 38, so it's 3. And then I'll select the date, for which date I will be doing the booking. So I'll choose October 10. Number of rooms, I'll check 1. Number of people, I'll check 1. So if we press on the proceed, it says booking is successful, and then we'll get this message. You will receive a message in 5 minutes. So what it does is when you do a booking, and if it's available, after you do the booking, within 5 minutes, the user will get a confirmation message on their particular phone, on their phone number that they've registered with, and give information. And these are the other related options that we have, but I didn't complete this one. And so this is all for the presentation for the app. Thank you.
Acha, I saw in your slide. I hope I can ask some questions. Are you able to hear me?
Oh, yes, yes.
I think in one of the slides I saw that I think in this slide, the one which you showed just now. Next. The previous one. No. Next.
The pros and cons slide.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
here.
okay.
Here you have said pros. It is a need and safe, you have said. You have said here that it is safe to be able to do everything online.
Yes.
How do you make that statement? Because online we see that there are so many problems with respect to fraud.
Yes.
How do you
So
ensure that there is no fraud?
So with this statement, I basically meant to say that now we have COVID-19, and interaction with people going to town, it is these days it is considered it's dangerous. We can also concerning our health issues and all. I've said that for this booking, for this online booking and all, it is safe to be, if it is safe to do more online than going physically to the counter physically and doing the booking there.
Engagement during COVID is risky, but online is safe. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, now you tell me with respect to hotel booking, for example, how is it different from Make My Trip or other sites which are there?
So when we talk about Make My Trip and other Trivago and all, it is more based on the mainland cities. That is we talk about whole India, but for this state, our a particular state, Mugukchung, we don't have such service like Uber, say Ola, and also making different app for all those features. It will be harder. So I thought with with less data and less difficulty, I thought of making one particular app for all those problems and solve with this Auli Panzer.
Okay. Anything else? Hi, Molong. Can you tell us about your what technology you have used for building your app?
So I have used Android Studio for this app, and the language used is Java, and the backend used for this app, yes, and the backend used for this app is Firebase.
Firebase. So basically, your database is in the cloud, right?
Yes.
So, so can Firebase do logical decisions? It's just a database. It's not a backend, right? Thoroughly.
Yes. So, Firebase can also do real-time database and also Firestore. We have Firestore, and then we have also automatic authentication from their end. So it becomes more useful to use Firebase than other database like SQL for this app, because we are also using the real-time database, which users are updating data from the app to my database. So we have to give permission for that. So with other database, we're not able to handle the with frauds, hacking, and all. So with Firebase, it comes with their security. So we don't have to worry about the security and stuff.
Okay. And your app is still in prototype stage, right? It's not live. I mean, I can't download the app store, right?
Yes. It's still building.
It's still in building. Do you have any plans for building an iOS version of your app? Because Android Studio will give you only the APK or a Gradle build, right?
Yes. So in future, if I'm able to launch this to the market, and if I have enough users, because in Nagaland, if you see now, there are not enough iOS users. There's only about 5% of the people using iOS now. So if in future, if it's a need, then of course I will launch it in iOS.
So what is your, I mean, what is your targeted population or targeted audience for this app? In one of your slides, you mentioned 3,500 into 50, right? But that 50 was villages or users?
So the 50 was villages, because when we first launched the app, going to each village and asking for data, it even it from our end, it costs money. So for that end, we have made sure that for the first, let me share the slide first. Yeah, so for this, what I did was so 3,500, it basically means collection of subscription from each village. That is 50 village, 70 rupees per month, and if we add that to per year, it comes up to 42,000 per year, and it's collection of all the 50 villages, from all the 50 villages, not from a single one.
Okay. So 3,500 is per month charges. All total for 50.
Yeah, all total for 50. That's 70 rupees per village.
Okay. So do you have any expansion plan? Why only Mokokchung district? Why can't you cover Kohima or, Pek, Peren?
So with regard to that, I'm a single developer for this project. I'm doing this individually, so it's hard for me to maintain all the data and gather all the information alone. So I want to start small with my own hometown. That is because I have more knowledge about this, my hometown. So in future, I will also expand to other cities, other districts, and all over Nagaland if I have enough support.
Okay. And one last question I had was, like that hotel booking which you showed us a demo for,
Yes.
we got an SMS saying that, let's say I got an SMS saying that my booking is successful.
Yes.
Now, what kind of guarantee do I have that suppose I'm a traveler from Delhi, I've used your app to book a hotel in Mohokchung, and I got an SMS saying that, yes, it's booked. Now, what guarantee do I have that I land in that hotel and I show that SMS and I get my room?
So basically what we do is when you update the data to my database, so once sitting on handling the data, they will redirect that same information to the hotel, and also will I have said this in the last presentation also, like we'll have a set of data for a particular hotel. Even we will have update on how many room is available, how many room is not available. So according to that, we will check, and if it's available, and if he have booked through our app, then it's of course it will be available. When the users check for the particular hotel and rooms, if it's not available, it will not give it will not allow the user to book. So when he book a room, we will update the data on our database, and then we will send that same data updating to the user that his booking has been confirmed.
So you have presently, have you done any exercise to tie up with the hotels in Mohokchung district?
No, sir, no, sir. But I've talked with the counters and hotels and how their process goes with the booking and all. So with that, I've come up with a solution from my end.
One last question, that when you say you're a single developer for this app, right?
Yes. Yes.
Tomorrow you might have to expand, I mean, get more of your friends, your family involved, because it's a good idea, but data has to be collected from the source, right? From the booking counter, from the hotel, right? So
yes, sir.
Will you be prepared for sudden expansion? Let's say your idea is taken into consideration. So how long would you take for, let's say today let's say your idea is accepted, then how long would it take for you to go fully live with this? How many months, or you want weeks?
So basically, what I'm planning is like if this app is supposed to go live, then I'll need a team to work with, someone who will go and do the research on the market from the source, and also someone who handles the development along with me, because a single developer going for a production commercial and production app, it's not easy to handle. And someone who will be handling the database, because a developer handling all the development and data backend database is it's not suited. So those are the things that I'll be needing. So for that, for sure, if there's enough support and enough funding, then I'll be able to hire a team for that. So I think if I give all my time and work into it, it will be live by the end of it will be live by December, or maybe by the next year, January.
Okay. Great. So any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you,
and all the best.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Lucy, are we done?
Yes, sir, we're done. That was the
Okay.
last.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Right. Shall we leave, sir?
You can go.
No, I mean to say,
I don't think so. They are still preparing.
Oh, they are still preparing. Waiting or?
So I think Howly Panzer was also not bad.